All right, guys, I'm really watching JMIA. I want to see how well I want to see how well oh, there it goes. I want to see how well it reacted at 14. Okay, guys, ADVM getting, well, it's now down. Sugar, lots of stuff going on. I'm trying to figure out the sound issue too on the other YouTube stream. So I've got a bunch of things going on at the same time. I do apologize. Yeah, but is it me, the dreamer? It's not me. It must be Bonpera. Really? It's me? But I've stopped streaming. It's always me. Well, that's interesting. Just a second here. Okay, Noelberry, don't start streaming. Okay. All right, guys. Let me try to reconcentrate back on trading. I mean, this was nice on that 12 break, and I've kind of missed it. There might be some support for ADVM right in the area that it's at, but it definitely is weak. But remember now, it is a financing, so financing's at 13. How to properly fit all trade ideas related. How do I answer a question like that? I mean, I don't know how to answer a question like that, to be honest, JS. I mean, obviously you see my screen. I just size my windows accordingly. I mean, they're all sizable. I can stretch, make them a little bit bigger, make them a little bit smaller. And then once I have them, and all the monitors that I have 3 monitors. Once I place all my trade ideas windows exactly where I want them and the size I want, I just click on Tools, Options, Fossil on the move here, guys, FOSL. And then, so Tools, Options, Layouts, and then I just check Open relative to main window and save it, and that's it. Before I do that, I should tell everybody, especially if you've got multiple monitors, take your toolbar and stick it in the top left-hand corner of the monitor that you will designate as your main monitor. Arrange all your windows, sizing, etc., on your main monitor and your other monitors, and then go through that step of tools, options, and layouts, and open relative to main window. Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. I mean, I have a 32-inch monitor, but it shouldn't matter. I mean, if you've got a little screen, there's not a heck of a lot I can do. Okay, so JMIA now. So now it's a bit of a bounce back. Maybe it's going to go back to that 14. Pew is interesting. I mean, it's not terribly dynamic, 3 billion in the float, but it is now, looks like it is trying to clear that 200-day moving average. I mean, it has room. I don't know if there's any specific news for it today. August 12th pre-market, so it had earnings yesterday, I guess. Well, you can always, I haven't talked about this in a long time. You can always zoom in on different areas of the screen. Where's that zoom? Right there. See the little magnifying glass? So you can always zoom in different areas of the screen if you want. You don't have to see my entire screen. You know, you don't have to see all this over here if you don't want to. If you just want to really concentrate on the actual alerts that are coming in. Again, this is a magnifying glass. It is a zoom feature. Yeah, so what you can do with my watch list is you can, what's happening in it anyway, OSPN. So what you can do is, yeah, you can load it from the channel bar, new channel bar, Barry's watch list. Okay, remember it's a layout. Then you can take the 3 windows, you can save them to the cloud. Right click, save to the cloud. Then you can bring back your layout, whatever layout you're using. And then you can load these 3 windows from the cloud that you've saved, and then save your layout again so that these 3 windows are included. However, you will have to do that once a week. Well, maybe not next week. What I'm doing is I'm changing, because I changed the symbol list name. I'm doing it every 2 weeks now. So next week, you know, it will be okay, but the week after, you would have to reload these windows because the symbol list name will change. SRNE has been a wild one, guys. Look at these bottoming tails. Well, I'm watching SRNE as it tries to motor up a little bit here. All right, I will type that symbol in. I have an idea. It's a pink sheet stock. So I know you're trying to be funny, no fun, but we're not that promotional in this room, okay? So I know maybe you're trying to be a little bit funny to the moon and all, but it is a pink sheet stock. Though, no, actually, oh, this is the one. Wasn't this the first one that was listed in the US on a US market? This is not co-listed in the state in Canada. It's not a Canadian company. Red Robin is trying to bounce here. This had earnings on the 11th after hours. So the earnings reaction was yesterday on the 12th. How is that shoe doing now? TPR, Tapestry, let's see what it's doing. It's an earnings play, yeah, August 13th, pre-market. So we didn't really see it. I don't know why. I think I was concentrating on some of these smaller ones. But anyway, TPR, earnings play, but once the market opened, it is now negative. The low of yesterday was 15, so that may support it. I mean, it's only one day, but that may support it. All right, let me tell you, I haven't even had a chance to look at these. So JMIA, that was, to me, that was more of a short opportunity, but we'll see. I mean, if it takes out 14 again, it's resting right here. If it takes out 14 again, I mean, it still has a gap to fill. So there is a chance that if it takes out 14 again, it could resume. The BCRX 438, yeah, 447, not bad, but coming into that, that 50-cent mark for me, stocks under $5. The 50-cent area can be just as big a stumbling block almost as the $1 level is for most stock, or the whole number is for most stocks. You can see what it's done in the last few days, right in this area, struggling to get through. And then SNCR. So this was one, yeah, we were watching this one all day yesterday, at least I was. What about on the short side? 1841, 1837, Omer 1332, 1336 hasn't moved, and the ADVM, excuse me. So it's actually bounced. ADVM has bounced, minor gain off that 1199, minor. Well, there are people willing to buy SRNE right now. Well, NASDAQ. I mean, that NASDAQ is that's probably the bigger, the more exciting one. New York Stock Exchange has got all kind of the old fogey stocks, but NASDAQ is where all the tech stocks are. So, I mean, I would rank NASDAQ way ahead of New York in terms of the stuff that we do. FAT is not holding 8 now, and it is not shortable for me. Not at Interactive Brokers. That's an old reference, PJ. Yeah, keep an eye on. I mean, listen, if it really pops through 14, I mean, it still has room for sure. It still has room. So what is the market doing? So the market is, so Dow is down a little bit, SPY's up a little bit, and the NAS is up a little bit. As Real pointed out just a little while ago, 552 is the 200-day moving average for Fossil. So this might be one. This is an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is not yes, it is an earnings play. It's August the 12th, as it said the 14th. So this is an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. Still a pretty decent reaction. 42 million in the float, so it's not super low, but it's not super high. But yes, coming into that 200-day moving average. So this might be my first candidate to short as it gets closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, and just put the stop at the 200-day. TTM A little bit of a move for it. Big float though, 500,000,000 in the float. Can't short me. Yeah, so again, I know we probably don't have the same look. This is on the 15 minutes, so there I see right up here 1470 or so at the high. Certainly on the 5, it's still kind of at the mean area. But yours is probably looking different than mine, isn't it? Which I'd like to try to figure out why that is the case. Wow, guys, you know what? I might just take the fossil short and put the really tight stop on it. I mean, because it has a little bit of a resistance right there also on the weekly chart. All right, so 47, why not? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I've got a tight stop. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to let it run maybe a little bit more, but if it gets back up to 47, I'm out. So I can't really lose on this. In fact, I've just covered some right now. I mean, this is, I'm just testing this theory out. Tested it. In fact, I might just cover the rest. No, not quite. I'm just watching this bid ask. So 541. So if it gets back up to 547, I'll cover the rest for no gain, and then I'll keep watching it though. See how well it doesn't take out that 550 and maybe reshort it later. Well, look at you guys. This was the reverse thinking. Once it took out that 200-day moving average, look at it. Look at it, motor here. I mean, this is a big move now. It's a huge float for moving this well. Nothing fantastic, but you never know. I mean, it might really collapse. Something just got halted again. Fat got halted again on the way up. This got halted on the way up. GMIA, let's see, where are you? Yeah, maybe a little bit too late. Let's see how well it holds this 14. Okay, so I'm all out of the fossil now, but I could easily reshort this. If it struggles, keeps struggling to get through that 200-day moving average, could easily reshort it. Yeah, I'm not sure what they mean. Unless I don't know if stocks have co-listings. I don't think they do. There'd be no real reason for it. So I really explained that wrong in the pre-market when I was not wrong, but kind of muddled. So, what happens is when people look at earnings, a lot of times you'll see the headline. It might say, and I don't know what the headline says for Cisco, but it might say revenue beat, earnings beat, and people go, all right. But what they fail to do is read further on guidance and how they're guiding for the next quarter. And that's really the key, because it's great that they did well in the last quarter, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do for me now? And everybody's looking at the future. And, why are you going to buy a stock if a company says we don't expect revenue growth? In fact, we expect a downturn. Why would you buy a stock? Okay, NTN. Wow, NTN resumes an over four, guys. Big area. So this is, what do they get to in the pre-market? 550. Hit 550 in the pre-market. And just got halted. NTN just got halted. So they're doing a merger with I believe it's a private company called Brookline, and they will create a new stock symbol, and they will trade on New York. That was the news this morning for NTN. That makes sense, doesn't it, Torps? I remember you're talking about EAT. How's Cake doing? Cake and EAT. How's the trade of the week doing? FEYE. Yeah, so this won't be, for our stats, this will not be a winner unless something happens today, for the balance of today or tomorrow, because the trigger was 1580. And it looks like, yeah, so that there was a stop out then. So if you took that trade of the week, you got stopped out. If you're following because there's a 10 SMA. Excuse me, there's a 10 SMA on the daily chart, and that was the key area to hold. So you didn't hold it. Yeah, I think that email that went out, I mean, all the score report is this, you see, I have a score, stock composite rating. All right, rating. I could probably, I don't know if this will probably be very close. I mean, report is a bit of a blustery name. I mean, this is all, it's just ranking the stock. So I think what I've done here is, yeah, so the value is at least 90. I mean, I can give you this. You can play around with the value. So I mean, these are stock, and you can play around with the volume and all of that, and you can play around with the price, whatever price you want. I can give you this, and all it is just ranking stocks, okay, according to their score. And obviously, the higher the score, because it's a combination of fundamentals and technical. So you can see APPS. I mean, it's a lifetime high. And obviously they're, a stock at a lifetime high, typically, of course, the technicals will probably be awesome. And fundamentally, you would think a stock that's at an all-time high will also be great. So I can give you this. I mean, it's not really a report. It gives you an idea. I mean, if you're looking for longer term, trades, these are stocks. And again, this is not a recommendation to buy these. It's just looking at these stocks, and well, these are stocks that have got good technicals and good fundamentals. Yeah, no shorts available. Yeah, for me either at Calvin at or IB for NTN. And now it's just come out. Wow, and what a pop! What a pop for NTN. So remember, this is the pre-market high was around 5 something, 560 or so. Whoa! Now look at CHU, right over the 200-day moving average. CHU, boy, that was a nice. Would have been a nice short. Good point, Calvin. Yes. All right. What is the SPY doing? It looks like it is just chopping around a little bit here in the 15s. So again, we have a little disconnect going. We have the SPY and the Dow is down and NAS is up. Little disconnect going. All right, SPTN, August 12th post-market. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. Really no big reaction. No big reaction pre-market. Market opens and look out. SPTN. Wow, under 20, guys. This could be this could really keep going down here. I mean, there's no support right now. I mean, the low right there is 2006, 20. Yeah, so I mean, we're breaking down underneath that really psychological number of 20. Keep an eye on SPN. The ideal thing would be for it to just kind of rest a little bit underneath 20 and then continue its way down. You look at the daily chart, not a lot of support for it until you get down to around 18. So that's a couple of dollars away. And I think, oh man, look at NTN. This is the one today so far on a percentage basis. Now look at it go. And too bad. It would have been shortable probably. It's now 11%. It might be a little tougher to get it because it's down 11%. My guess is that it right there, it wasn't quite, might have been 10%, but yikes. Ah, man, I should be in this short. I would have covered some right now. Now it's challenging. It's maybe going to challenge that 20 again, SPTN. So it's maybe only going to be a quick pop, but pop down. Yeah, this is a pink sheet stock. I don't trade them, but yeah, no disputing the fact. This is a great break. I'm gonna hit a high way back here. I believe, this is way back in 2017, really, or January of 2018. So Lyft is an earnings play also. LYFT is an earnings play also. Gap down, release earnings after hours. What's Uber doing right now? Really nothing. Had a bit of a pop, and now it's dropped. Slightly positive. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, again, I should be back in, obviously, I should be back in this fossil short. Just too many things going on. I said I should reshort it. And look at this now. I mean, this is on a percentage basis. I mean, this maybe is going to have some support right around here. But go from 550 to 525 on a percentage basis on a steady move down I'll take that any day. And again, it's just a matter of checking that 200-day. Yeah, even for you, William, who likes to keep adding to the quote unquote losing positions, this might have been a tough one if you'd been able to get the NTN short. Yeah, look at the float, 2.2 million in the float, 37 million shares have traded so far. Well, yeah, I mean, anything that goes parabolic like that. The problem is depends on your broker. You may not have shorts. So I don't know if your broker has shorts for NTN. But well, it was, at that 5 level, I mean, it's already been pounded down. Well, I can give you this one. Okay, this is the SMA. It's not an alert window, but it's a top list window showing stocks that are close to the SMA 200 or the 200 SMA. Okay, both on the top side and the low side. You can always adjust it if you want. Okay. And you know how to adjust, of course. You want to change whatever. I have a certain time or I have a certain price range. I've got a current volume of 2, so you know what to do. And if you just want, of course, if you just want them from below, just make the adjustment here. Well, one of the things, Doug, that I've been able to do a little bit is trade in the pre-market. Okay. But you're right. I mean, obviously, I talked about the fossil. I was going to reshort it, but I had to do other things, and I was going to reshort it right when I got out of the short. Reshort it if it stalled at the 550. But one of the things I've been able to do in the last couple of weeks is trade a little bit in the pre-market. So yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know if that is a correct number. I'll take it, but I'll no TI promotion. No. All right. So, there's another example. Like I was saying, if it took out 14 again, might be an opportunity to get in it, and it did. And now it's at 1443. I mean, it's pretty whippy. I wouldn't say this is the most ideal trade, but it is pretty whippy. Keeping an eye on SPTN again. See, it's maybe I want to see how well it holds underneath 20. It shouldn't be different at all. I mean, remember now we're talking the 200 day. You might be looking at a different time frame. Okay, but that number, I think we're pretty consistent. That is the correct number all the time. This is the daily. Not so. It depends on your. Are you in the daily chart? You're in the daily chart. All right. So as an example, which one is different? Give me an example. Okay. All right. Well, SPTN is now just popped over 20. I was kind of hoping it would fade again, but it didn't do it for me. So HFC guys, HFC just sitting on the whole number. Just so I might be interested in SPTN if it gets back down to say 1980. I'm going to stick an alert here. And that's a big bottoming tail. Sellers really knocked it down, but the buyers did take control for a while anyway. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1987 or so for SPTN. See if it takes it out again. All right, NAVB. This is actually an earnings play, a little one, 50 million in the float. NAVB over the whole number. Not a ton of volume. I mean, even I would have thought the relative volume. I mean, I'm not looking at the absolute volume. I'm actually looking at the relative volume. Usually, a stock, especially these smaller ones, when they have earnings, that's when they're super active. But it's not really that active. But it's a great looking look here. Great looking look. But over 3, and when I say that, I mean, look at the room it's got on that daily chart. All right, let me see. Okay, well, okay. I mean, are we quibbling about 3 cents? I don't know. SPTN, I mean, we have 1591. Now, are you talking? I mean, I can't answer that. I thought you were going to say there was a huge difference. Well, I mean, I know it's based on the closes and all that, so it's possible over 200 days. So it's possible, maybe it's a rounding error. I thought you were going to say it was like vastly different. No, 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 no. Sorry, I'm talking to myself, I know. Okay, I'm now looking at this short maybe of that. There's a maybe. It's not quite a green bar ignored for SPTN. To see it maybe get a little bit lower though. It's going to have to get down like 1962 or so, the low of that green candle. So let's see. Okay, so Mike, I'm just reading your post in the YouTube feed. So you know that ADVM had a financing right at 13. Just reading your post about your new strategy. So it had a financing right at 13. Well, son of a couldn't get my fill on the SPTN. Again, it's down over 10%. They just wouldn't fill me where I wanted on the SPTN. A little spready though too. That spread really increases quite a bit. 14 cents right now. That's not great. It is, well, we have 1416, but so, close enough. Remember, here's the other thing, as Real has pointed out many, many times, it's a number. Okay, that is the number, but it's an area. Treat it like an area. So the fact that, we may have it at 1416, somebody else platform might have it at 1420, somebody else might have it at 1418. It's the area, not so much the, the number itself. Because, for instance, if you said, okay, if it got up to 1418, great, it's through the 200-day. Well, not really. I mean, it's not, it's got to clear it by a lot more than that, as an example. Micron is certainly weak, probably being dragged down by Cisco. Micron, MU, is weak. PI is weak also. PI is weak underneath that whole number. The low is 2384. I mean, this has some room underneath, maybe down to the 23 level. That's for PI. Just pointing things out. Another one that's kind of weak is NTAP. Oh, what a messy looking daily chart. Don't talk to me about fossil. Oh man, that's a beautiful short. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful short. Look at that 200-day. All right, Atento, ATTO is halted. Not that much volume, but guess what? The volume will probably pick up. And it just opened. It just opened. ATTO. And what did it do a couple of weeks ago? My goodness, it's gone up to what, 1860 or so. Here's another one I missed. KMDA 916, so it did hit 935. It has pulled back. Let's see how far it pulls back. I think I'll stick an alert around 930 for it. It has, let's see, what sort of room does it have? You can see exactly where it got to on that daily chart. There's 938, the high of maybe a week and a half ago, and it got to 935, and so it got stuck right there. If it can take that out again, then you look left, and it has a shot to get maybe up closer to that 10 level. You know, all the hoopla about XPCA, XSPA, XSPA. Now it's gone negative. One reason I see any of this stuff on Twitter is, you know, I do post my daily recap and my pre-market stuff, and I just happen to see, you know, XSPA, oh great, it's going to explode today because of the Port Authority, New Jersey, et cetera, et cetera. And it did. I mean, in the pre-market, yeah, I mean, it got up, but it just cannot hold. Yeah, so this really has to take out that high. I mean, it just got stuck right there. Now I'm going to stick an alert around 940 and see if we can get back up there. Might have a chance to get close to the 10 level for the KMDA. Don't know if it had any specific news on it today. Obviously, yesterday, man, I mean, it just got trashed all the way down to 760. It did recover to 8. And look at this. All over the place for KMDA. Don't know if there's any news today. It had, I mean, it was an earnings play yesterday. That's why it got killed yesterday. Okay, I'm going to have to forget about SPTN. It's just too whippy. I know there's some of you following this one, IPDN. It was actually an earnings play, just a real cheap one, low float, no big reaction to earnings. Not even hasn't really traded very much. Yeah, I think it was earnings play yesterday for KMDA. All right, sticking to my guns on this one. If this gets down to say 729 CHUE, I may have to take the short. There it is, 733, and I can just put the stop at 733. So I'll have a very tight stop. It's not, I mean, it was surprised the heck out of me by the move it made with, you know, 3 billion in the float, you know, to move pretty quickly from 740 all the way up to 771 or so. And it was an earnings play yesterday. Kind of a awful chart. I mean, obviously it's a China stock, right? Yeah. So you know, it's been a choppy day for Revolve for sure. Earnings play, I mean, still way up in terms of the gap, but it's way below the open now. All right, AMC has a little bit of room. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average at 571. So there it is, 518. The high looking left about 4 days ago is 526. So it really has to clear that too. So it does that, but then you're getting closer and closer to the 200 days. So, but AMC is definitely a lot of volume, 4 million shares, relatively low float, 51 million in the float, not a lot. Meanwhile, NTN is exploding now over 5. Pre-market high looks, well, let's see if I can find. Well, what we have anyway, pre-market high was 550. I don't know if it was trading higher than that. Our data comes in at 7 in the morning, so I don't know if it was trading higher than that. But there it is, 550 or so. EIGR, not an earnings play. Earnings on the 6th, so that's passed. Has a little bit of room, EIGR. No, what a dog. I'm sorry. I mean, hopefully nobody's in this one, this XSPA, XSPA. Not shortable for me. It's right at the low of 2 days ago. Yeah, let's see. IPO, you're right. In TST is an IPO today. I had here that it was supposed to be on the 12th. So maybe they delayed it. Interesting. Yesterday, I think we only had 5 alerts from the AI. Today, we've only got 4. I mean, it's still a little bit early, but I kind of like the idea of dialing it back, to be honest, instead of having 15 or 20. Now we just had another one come in, but speaking of apps, there it is, right at the top. That's the number one. Well, apps and EXPI. In terms of the composite rating, score rating. I think the report you were talking about, and they're in the midst of preparing it, is going to be showing you things like, okay, here's what the SPY did. We took the stocks that were maybe over 90 on a score rating over the last 3 months, year, whatever. I don't know. Again, I haven't quite seen the end of this report, and showing, okay, here's how the SPY did. Here's how, using our composite stock rating of Again, maybe a minimum of 90. Here's how those stocks did compared to the SPY and other major indices. And it's quite remarkable. I think that is a report. That's the one that I think Goldman's involved, right? Well, Michael, I mean, in theory, FireEye is a stop out. Not in theory. I mean, if you well, look at Tiger, TIGR, whipping here. So I'm just trying to answer somebody in the YouTube feed. We have the volume going again. So FireEye, if you read the email, the stop was the rising 200-day moving average, and you can see that that's on the daily chart. That is that blue line right there. So it got stopped out. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't, take a look at it again. It looks like 15 is trying to hold that area, but that would be that, the stock is officially stopped out. This is today's or yesterday's IGC. I mean, look at it. Well, there's AMC. Well, I said it had to take out this right there. It's right at the high. Well, let's see. But you're definitely in chase mode. Look at the 15. Red bar ignored though, right there. On the 15, on the 5-minute chart, red bar ignored. And somebody forgot to tell me it was 10:30, or I forgot to read the post. Hey, everybody, welcome to the room. You're brand new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You click on the scans tab within the trading room. You see all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. You can take a look at them all later on. In order to load a scan, all you have to do is copy the link. Once the link is copied, go to your toolbar, file, load from cloud. If you've copied the link, it'll show up here. If for some reason it's blank, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. Once it's on your screen, back this out a little bit. Once it's on your screen, so let's just say for argument's sake, you loaded my basic new highs and lows. So you can right click, configure, and the summary. So you can see what the filters that I'm using. Of course, now here's your opportunity. If you want to change the values, this is the price range that I'm looking at between 1 and 20. But of course, you can change that. You can change the volume. You can change, you can change whatever you want. You can add a filter in, take them out. But so this is kind of a template. This is what I use. But of course, and if you make any adjustments, and even if you don't make any adjustments, don't forget to save the window to the cloud. Right click. Look at AMC. Ah, man, AMC is on the move here now. So save it to the cloud. Right click. Save or share to cloud, save. Okay, so once it's in the cloud, it's basically there forever for you. You should save your layout to the cloud. Give it another name. File, save or share to cloud, entire layout, give it a name, and save it. So why is saving to the cloud the thing to do? Well, for a couple of reasons. First of all, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But let's just say you've got a tablet or you've got a laptop. So if on your laptop, you download the program, and then all you have to do once your program is loaded is file load from cloud, and then you can bring back your layout. So you don't have to recreate everything on each device. So that's number one. Number two, of course, for instance, I'm on my desktop right now. If something happened to my computer, pain, but as long as if I have to reformat or I have to get a new computer, no problem. I just load Trade Ideas, and then everything is in the cloud and just load everything back. Okay, so that's why it's very important to load things to the cloud. Load individual windows to the cloud. Here's what you see right now. You see the screen that I'm sharing. I have some windows on other screens, Trade Ideas windows on other screens. I use the same layout, 90% of the same layout all the time. I don't change very much, but every now and then, what I'll do is I'll go and I'll load some scan that I've saved in the past and just check it out, see how it's trading. And I think, wow, this is giving me some interesting alerts. I may maybe get rid of one of my scans and substitute it or add it to the layout. So that's why it's important to save individual scans to the layout, even if you don't use them for 2 years. You might just bring it back and say, wow, this is really, why did I ever get rid of this one? Okay. Just one moment, please. I do have to change my headset. All right, I'm back. So let me talk a little bit about subscriptions to Trade Ideas. The subscription link in. I said nothing about OPGN. I must have been another symbol, right? I said nothing about OPGN. It's not that I remember. No, I said nothing about. Oh, maybe earlier, a lot earlier. Maybe trying to hold this area. All right, so here is a link. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's a promo code right there, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Notice I'm emphasizing the only. I'm going to show you why. If you click on the subscription link, oops. So we have 4 plans. You just have to scroll down. Okay, people think because what happens is they see the yearly plan and they say, well, do I have to take out a yearly subscription? No, you keep scrolling down. Here's the monthly. But just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas cost, the premium yearly plan is $22.68 a year minus the 15% promo, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Why would you be getting premium? If your main reason is because you want to see how the AI works. Okay, you want to see the AI alerts. That is the reason that you'd be getting premium. You don't have to. Standard is a great product on its own. You don't, of course, have to take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with the standard monthly, $118 a month, less the 15%. That discount's only good for the first month, or $228 for the month for the premium, less the 15%. If you upgrade at any point, you will honor that 15% promo code. So, but that's the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main one. I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus in a bit, but first I want to talk about some of the other links, some of the important links that we have. You can download all those links also from that Room Drive icon. Download. Goes to a Word document. So we've already talked about subscriptions. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week did not pan out. Brokerage Plus intro, very important. If you have an interactive broker's account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade from within Trade Ideas using this Brokerage Plus window and connect it to your IB account, you can do so. And there is the video that basically I'm forcing you to watch, okay? It's about 27 minutes long, covers all aspects of doing that, including, setting up the one-click trading that I'm showing here. I haven't connected to the, I guess I forgot to zero out some trades from yesterday. So the one-click trading that you can set up, if you did want to, say, auto trade your own strategies, things like that, okay? You need an interactive broker's account right now. I do a daily video. KMDA, you just triggered. Okay. I do a daily video between about 1:05 and 1:25 every day. Basically a recap of what's happened in the room up to that point. I want to talk about these short lessons, the 20 short lessons and TI training. I'm going to put those links into the room also. Very important. If you're new to Trade Ideas, or even if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can see the features some of the features that we do have, how you can set them up. Get these links in. Okay, so if you click on the 20 short lessons, so literally download TI Pro. What is a channel bar? Trade your favorite stocks. What is a top list? What is an alert window, et cetera, et cetera. So all the basic features of Trade Ideas. So if you're new, please, they're not videos, it's all text-based, but it just explains how to do all this. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also take a look at this and see the features that we do have. Training. You'll see in that training link, also the 20 lessons in 20 days. And of course, you can do it at your own speed. A lot of great videos here in TI University, and also here, this is a great little video series. If you're brand new to the market, literally brand new to the market, what is a chart? What is a candlestick? All right. You can subscribe to all of the webinars that we have right here, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. They are all archived. So all this is free. We try to support the product as best we can. So we've got we've got these videos and text-based instructional videos, and then the text-based in the 20 short lessons. We have the trading room that's live like this every day. Well, not every day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 3. So there's a lot of support. And now, so when you say on iCloud, this is going into our cloud, okay? It's not iCloud, it's going into our cloud. So when you're saving in our cloud. Save or share to cloud. So you can't save it. You're saving in the Trade Ideas cloud, if you will. Man, KMDA is getting a little 2-bar pullback. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. Let's see what the AI is doing right now. Modest day. So far, really nothing shaking that much in the AI. But this is what the AI is all about. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized every day. AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data. and then takes a look at all 50 of the baseline strategies and runs through an optimization procedure routine. What that means is, and this is not one of the AI strategies, but what it means is takes a look at the filters that are in place, the values within the filters, maybe makes adjustments to the values, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter in, adds one, or takes a filter out, adds one in, and runs through all 40 or all 50 strategies like that. Tomorrow, well, I shouldn't say that. I'll say it like this. Last night, that's what the AI went through. Today, these are the strategies that made the cut. Not very many. Making the cut, meaning they had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. If you have the AI, or you have our premium service, then this is my recommendation and how you should load it and watch it. You click from the toolbar, click on New, and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll have. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout. When you load trade ideas first thing in the morning, of course, it'll be blank. All you do is you wait for the alerts to happen. You've got an entry, a real-time entry price, and you've got a stop price. Now, you don't have to, you don't have to, don't agonize so much if you get an alert at 8:13 and now it's at 8:15 and, oh my gosh, I've missed it by 2 cents, okay? In fact, my recommendation is you don't have to hop into the trade right off the bat. You can kind of watch to see how it's trading a little bit. And then follow them all day long. It's a great watch list all day long. If it's an asterisk, we do have an asterisk, but you would have had to have more than, sorry. So there's the asterisk. So I guess one of them has got this checked. I can't, you'll have to open up each alert window and click on properties and actions, and then you'll see the sound. It would say asterisk or something like that, okay? All right, let me talk about Brokerage Plus. All right, now, as I said before, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window, so you can basically trade from within trade ideas. You don't have, your Interactive Brokers has to be open, and you connect to it. Okay, yes, we're looking to add these. I cannot tell you exactly when they're going to get added. Hopefully, one of them by the end of the month, but no guarantees. But right now, it is just Interactive Brokers. And this is the video to watch. All right, this is the video to watch. It outlines virtually everything you have to know about trading your account. And also, I'm going to talk about the simulator. That's what I connected to. I connected to the simulator. So I say this every day. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice, 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 okay? I know everybody's so keen to want to trade and get into trades right away and without really, I'm not trying to be mean, but really not knowing what you're doing. So you've got to practice like any other skill you're trying to develop. You've got to practice, and this is a great simulator to practice in. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have; it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a brokerage account, okay? You just want to practice. Now you need our standard service, and basically you just connect right there where it says simulated trading. It's paper trading. You can use it for swing trading. Notice I didn't close these out yesterday. So these are some simulated trades I took yesterday. So you can use it for swing trading also. You start off with $100,000 in the account. And here is how easy it is to do it all. So you click on an alert. And you notice, well, I'll click on CAMDA. You notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to go in at. If you're shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. So let's do one. Let's see, the spread is a little bad on that one. So let me see another one here. See if the spread is a little bit better. So let's just take, I mean, again, this is demo purposes. I would never take this one because, you know, it looks like there's resistance right around that area. See if I find a little bit better one. Maybe on a pullback here, the AMC, it's again, that 200-day, I see the 200-day is close. But for demo purposes, let me just show you how to do this. So I'll select 200 shares. I'll go into the market. The spread is only a penny, so that's no problem. I just click the buy button and it will show up. There it is. So I just bought 200 shares in the demo or in the paper trading mode for $5.30. Okay. Now you should always have a stop. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to add the stop, but your stop should have been, you know, ahead of time. You have to know where your stop is. Let me just put the stop at 509, okay? You know, low, I mean, really by all rights, it should be maybe down here, but so I'll tighten it up. 521, the low of that 5-minute candle right there. So I just have to right click on the symbol, the line, right click, add a stop order. I'll put it at 521. It's going to be very tight. I might get stopped out immediately, but you'll see how that works. Okay, and the stop will be added. There it is, right on the chart. See, it says so. If the stock went down to 521 and I just allowed it to take me out at 521, I'd lose $18. I'm going to it looks like I'm going to get stopped up, but I just want to show you what happens when you'll see that is sort of a bright red right now. It'll turn into a faded red if I do get stopped out. I can put a target in right here. I just, again, right click, add the target order. So let's put 550. You'll see it will show up on the chart. See, it's a little hard to see it here, but right there on that daily chart, you see it says $40, 550. So again, let this trade run automatically. Takes me out at 550, I'll make 40. Takes me out at 521, I lose 18. Now, these can be moved on the chart. So let's just say that the trade really starts working well. I can always use this like a trailing stop, just move it up and down. Okay, I'm going to move it down a little bit. Same thing with the target. Let's say it starts approaching the target, but it still looks good. I don't have to get out at the target. I can start moving the target up. Or let's say it stalls just underneath the target and starts moving down. I can move the target down, and if I drop it on the price, it'll take me out of the trade. So you can do it on the chart. Of course, you can do it right here. If I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. I'm going to get out of these ones from yesterday. I'm just going to flatten them. Okay. If I want to get out of half the trade, see, now I'm zeroed out. Want to get out of half the trade, or I want to double my position. Of course, I can go right in here. If I wanted to trade, you know, any amount I want, 50 shares, pick the price and sell it. Okay, so it's very, very, very friendly to use. And I, you know, heartily recommend that before you commit money to the market, practice trading. All right, guys, what time is it now? So also, for those of you who are very interested in using Brokerage Plus, and if you have an IB account and you want to trade using your IB account, today is the day to go into the YouTube feed at noon, from noon to 1 Eastern time. Michael Noss will be there. He's our expert. He's the one who did the video, the Brokerage Plus intro video. So you can pester him with all the questions you want. Okay. I'm sure Michael, I know Michael is listening. So, but seriously, it's a great opportunity. You know, he's in that YouTube feed once a week from 12 to 1. So I will, as we get closer, I'll pop the YouTube feed link in. Well, it's actually here too. You can just click on the links, and there is the YouTube right there. There's the YouTube feed right there. Okay, now what's happening here? Okay, guys, so you notice what happened? Allow this to happen. I just wanted to show you. So I had the stop right here. You see, remember that was a kind of a bright orange, and now it's faded. It hit the stop and it took me out. Just wanted to show you how that works. Okay. And you see, it took me out of the position. I have no position now, and it took me out for the $27 loss. Well, long, okay, long is buying a stock and hoping it goes up. Okay. Short is, I hate to use the term buying a stock and hoping it goes down, but that's kind of what you're doing. Okay. So short is just getting into a position and hoping it goes down. So if I got into ARPO as a short at 184, I hope it's going to move down. I can make money on the stock if I short it, sell it. And long is just buying. I mean, that's, you know, you want to go long a stock, you buy it, hope it goes up. Well, you can, this is what I use, screening stocks in the pre-market. I mean, we do have a pre-market channel, which you can certainly look at. Okay, or you can take a look at the 4 scans that I use for scanning the market, and I don't have it as a layout as such. What I do is, here they are. Let me just show you where they are. So my gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So these 4, and what I do is I run these. I don't use it as a separate layout. All I do is I just minimize once I'm done with them. I just minimize them so I don't see them all day long. But they are part of my. These are all some of the a lot of charts and everything, all part of my current layout. So that's what I use. You can use. We do have a channel. Click on New Channel Bar, and then Pre-Market. Where are you? Pre-Market. Personally, I mean, I think that, when you look at, I'll just show you what I use. Here's the pre-market actives up as an example. So why I like, doing it this way rather than going to the channel is that let's sort on the change from the closed column. Okay. So yes, when you start looking at pre-market stocks, I mean, the obvious thing to be looking at is how much are they up from yesterday's close. So that is the change from the close, or the gap. Okay, so that's the obvious thing to look at. You're seeing the ones that are up the most percentage wise. But then once you see those, sometimes your eye doesn't see something that's a little bit further down because you're concentrating on all these. So that's what I do. I start sorting on the various columns. So there might be a real low float situation. I can sort on the float that I'm not seeing because maybe it's down a little bit further. But if I sort on this column, it'll pop right to the top, and I'll go, that's interesting. So I can sort on the various columns. So yes, the obvious one to sort on at the beginning is this, the change from the close. But after that, you can start to unearth little gems by sorting on the various columns. Okay. And that, again, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing. And I use those four. I use the gap up, gap down, because that's more of an alert. Okay, the other one is a top list. Hopefully you understand the difference. So that's why with the top list I can start sorting on the various columns and getting kind of different looks. The other ones are actual alerts. So that's where I'm going to hear, and I have a sound alert on it. I hear that symbol, and I hear the symbol over and over and over again. I actually use text to voice for that one. So I hear the symbol over and over and over again. That's where I kept hearing, even though I was actually downstairs in the kitchen, I kept hearing fat, fat, fat. And that's when I scrambled upstairs or back up to my computer, and I saw it. I said, okay, let's watch it for a bit. That's why I took this in the pre-market at 10, and it was a quick trade. I doubt it. I mean, I don't know. An app on the cell phone, I really don't know. I mean, you obviously can use it in your browser on the cell phone. I have no idea what it would look like on a cell phone, but I don't know. Okay, JS. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not. Yeah, right now we're not designed as an app on a phone for sure. I mean, I know there's talk about it, but please don't ask me, time frame. I have no idea. Can a day trader do more than trades? So I think, did you forget to put in the number of trades, or? So if you're talking about in the States, you have a pattern day trading rule that you guys have to follow. I don't have them in Canada, so I don't have to follow that. But I think you need $25,000 in your brokerage account, margin account anyway, if you want to do more than 3 trades a week. But that's something you'll have to, that's not a rule that is imposed by Trade Ideas. It's just something that you guys, your government has imposed on you. You can take a look at one of the scans that I've got here. I mean, I'm using it right now, but I have a gap continuation or reverse. This is a big multi-strategy window. Okay, so that will look for reversals. Also, though, I have one called bouncers toppers. Okay, so that might be stocks. In fact, I should load this one again if I'm going to look at the. Give me a moment here. I want to load this one again. If I'm going to start looking at channels a little bit more. But this is what it looks like, the bouncers toppers as an example. It's got two strategies in here, and what it's looking for. So if it's green, or sorry, blue, it means it's looking for a stock maybe to bounce. So you can see what's happened here. It doesn't mean it's going to, but at least you're alerted to the fact that this stock may be resting and it's a potential. That's why it's called potential. And the other one, the BLDP, a potential top. Okay, so you can try this. It's called Bouncers Topper Shared. No, it's not based. It's not based purely on volume. Where is it again? As I said, I mean, you can sort on. I mean, I don't even sort on the volume column. All right. I mean, I do think I have a volume minimum. I don't even have a volume minimum. I mean, but you can stick a volume minimum. All I'm looking at are stocks that are up at least 3% from yesterday, and it's up at least 50 cents. Okay. Then I sort on the various columns. How again, this is active right now, but I mean, you can start looking at this at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So it's not based on it's not based on anything. I mean, you can sort on, I shouldn't say it like that. You can sort on any column you want. You can be based it on the change from the close, the dollar change from the close, the float, the share, lots of different, filters that you can sort on. Does that make sense? I never even sort on the volume column, to be honest. No, I mean, I do see it. So for instance, if I saw a stock up 500%, I'm going, wow, but then it's traded 2 shares. Okay. But that's rare. That's rare that you're going to see something like that. No, this session is not recorded. I mean, it's 6.5 hours, or 6 to 6.5 hours long. So no, we don't record it. Well, I mean, it's in the simulator, so why don't you just try one? Pays is an earnings play, guys. Pays is an earnings play, and it's on the move. Didn't really see that pre-market. He didn't really trade in the pre-market, so that's why he never showed up. And what is that high right there? 1048, 1051. Well, let's see if it takes this out. Try. I mean, it's a simulator. Try shorting JMIA right here. Maybe it's maybe it's going to fall. I don't know. It looks like it's trying to base here. A little red bar there. I mean, short it. Just see. If you've never used a simulator before, I mean, it's a great. It also gets you used to order entry. One of the, when you've never ever placed an order online, sometimes your hand will shake over that first time, trying to click that buy button or shorting. Well, I guarantee you're not going to be shorting. That will not be your first trade if you've never traded before. But it's nerve-wracking a little bit. You might go, well, should I do it? Should I do it? So even just the mechanics of trading using the simulator first will help you. So I answered your question, Roadhead. Maybe you didn't hear me. This is not recorded. No, I mean, there's no way. I mean, we record the webinars. You know, they're under an hour long. I mean, this is 6.5 hours every day. So there's no way we're not going to record them. Yeah, but how would you possibly? You're not going to sit through 6 hours of recording. I don't know what you mean by that, smart homes. Fossil is a lot like that other one that I shorted yesterday that I didn't hold on to, but boy, what a nice short, easy, not easy, nothing's easy. But look at that 5-minute chart before it pulled up. I mean, it's a great percentage move, 540 down to 512. Is it really? Okay, I did not know that. Boy, if you know, print out this chart, guys, and you see how that 200-day moving average works. Not all the time, but we saw a couple yesterday. Classic. That's absolutely classic. How the 200-day moving average can just, you know, stop a stock right in its tracks. That's that green line is right there. As I say, I'm not a big indicator guy, but it's definitely the one that I will follow. And I'm looking at Chew later on. I do have an alert set down here to see if it gives it up later on. There's that 200-day. It's just sitting just over it. But if it gets down to say 729, I'm going to take a hard look at this one and short it. CHU. All right, guys, big red bar now down for RDHL. And this is an earnings play, release earnings pre-market. First reaction was good. I mean, amazing how this works. I mean, reasonably good. It actually got all the way up to 1021, pulled back, market opens, kersplat. And now it's gone negative below yesterday's close. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to find out how far away from the 200-day moving average any stock is, or you wanted to find out the ones that are far away, you know, we do have our So the change from the 200-day in percent. So for instance, if you wanted to see stocks that were, say, at least 5% away on the top side, like above the top side, above at least 5% above the 200-day moving average, or 10%, whatever that number is, or maybe a better way is add it as a column. Just add the change from the 200-day as a column and then sort on it. And then you'll see the ones that are far away, both on the, above or below the 200-day SMA or 200 SMA. All right, guys, keep an eye on this Momenta, MNTA. It just showed up here, 59.26. It's, why does the stock make my watch list? Well, look at the room it has still on that daily chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, look at the room it's got. So you can use, these alerts one of two ways. I mean, you can use them for intraday trading, but you can also, depending on how the stock closes, you can use it as a swing trade. Ideas. These are ideas. It's a nice break on the 5s and the 15s for Momenta, MNTA. Oh, it's awful. Don't go. Yeah, as a day trade, I'm just looking here. It's horrible on the monthly with the topping tails, and I'm just looking at this daily chart though. Well, I'm just looking at the pattern right now. So okay, guys, 11:39. So I'm gonna pop the YouTube link in here. Okay. Again, for those of you who are very interested in using Brokers Plus and trading your Interactive Brokers account, Michael will be there at noon. So it's about 20 minutes from now. And he'll be there for an hour, so you can ask all of your questions. Just kind of waiting on this Momenta. It's chopping around a bit. See if it gets a bit into the 30s, and it might go on a bit of a tear. MNTA.
Hey everybody, my name is Kyle.
If you change a setting in a window, do you have to close and reopen? No. If you want to save the change, though, you have to, when you exit. My recommendation is if you change anything in your window, then save it to the cloud, okay? But you don't have to close it down. But you want to save. I always save each individual window to the cloud, and then of course save your layout. If you don't do that, if you save your layout though, at the very end, entire layout, give it the name again and save it, then all your changes will be saved. But if I change something right now, maybe change my my minimum volume right here, it'll change. I don't have to close the window down and then open it again. No. Oh, you're more than welcome, Darren. Okay, guys, I'm kind of watching this USAU, US Gold Core. What is gold doing? Yeah, actually, gold is fairly strong. So is silver. Both gold and silver up. How's AJ doing? Trade of the week from a couple of weeks ago. All right, let's take a look at what my watch list has produced so far. And so why I have it like this, the repeating version, you'll see the stock over and over again if it makes a new high or new low. Here in the watch list up, you'll only see the very first time it was alerted. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, at 9:45, JMIA was alerted. The price was 1401. What did it do since then? Dropped around a little bit, but it got up to almost 15. Not bad, 14 to 15. This one, 438. Pulled back. Got it's right now at 453. SNCR 430. So this one, I mean, it did move 445, but it then pulled way back. So you could have got in this one, and even if you got out where you got in, no harm. This one is working pretty well now. 916, again, a little bit choppy, but now 951. And the Momenta is the last one, just kind of waiting on it. I mean, this has some potential. Momenta, 29.26. So that's on the upside. Take a look on the downside. Now, I couldn't short EX. I could have shorted it. Oh, interesting. I thought it was not shortable. for me at Interactive Brokers. 345, what did I get it down to? Yeah, not really. This was one from yesterday. I stuck this in just in case I had another big down day, and it didn't. It's actually had a bounce day. Omer, kind of the same thing. I stuck this in because it just kept moving down, down, down. I mean, look at the craziness. Released earnings on this day. It looked awesome, and then it sold way off. Then yesterday and now today, it's maybe starting to put in a bottom. And then the ADVM 1199, yeah, got down to 1174. This is I stuck this in again just because. Okay, it's a financing at 13. So definitely on the top side though. Definitely some decent alerts. Well, it's a new list every day, if that's what you mean. Some carryovers. No, it's my watch list. It's from the channel. New channel bar. It's my watch list. It's from my channel. Barry's watch list. Well, did you have it saved from last week? Yeah. So as I say many, many times, and I'm only going to change the symbol list every 2 weeks now, but you know, you almost shouldn't have any symbols because the symbol list that I had last week has been deleted. But you have to load this. You have to load it from the channel bar, and then you can save the windows again, and then bring them back to your layout. It's a new symbol list name. I don't know, real. I actually don't know. I don't know if it's a mistake. I mean, I really don't know. I have to see tomorrow. I haven't done anything differently. There's no big promotion or anything. Yeah, when you load, I'm surprised you don't say MNTA at the top. When you just load it, you should see the top one. I'm surprised you don't see MNTA at the top. Just do a right click, configure, and symbol list, and see if Augustus is the one that's checked. Because that is well, okay, let me load the channel. You guys are piquing my curiosity. Give me a second here. I just want to make sure some of my windows are pinned. All right. So it's just, for whatever reason, it's just not showing Momenta at the top. It's showing Canada, but it's working. I mean, it's definitely working. Let me just make sure. Symbol list. Yeah, Augustus is checked. So when you load my channel now, you do not see all the previous alerts, okay? Keep an eye on the Momenta, guys. I mean, it's starting to firm up a little bit here. MNTA. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, though. I think Michael is going to, usually he gets into the YouTube feed, starts playing you guys music at about 5 minutes to. I'm not going to tell you what PIN does, okay? It creates too many problems for most people, and it drives our support staff crazy. So I'm sorry, I'm just not going to. Yeah, I can see CPU. Interesting that it would affect the audio, but I can see CPU. I mean, I pin everything. I don't, but you know what? I don't even want to talk about it, okay? Because people get curious and say, "Oh, no problem. I'll understand how to do it." And all of a sudden, every day they load their program, and then 10 days later, they notice they've got underneath all of their windows, they've got a duplicate, 10 of them of each one, and that just slows your system down completely. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Okay, the last thing I'll say, it's funny because I've pinned from day one and I've never had that issue. But anyway, okay, guys, 11:53. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. I think Michael usually starts at about 5:02. And that's when he gets into the room. I think he streams music for about 5 minutes. So again, one last time, I'm going to put the YouTube link into the room for those of you who are very interested in using Brokerage Plus and trading your Interactive Brokers account from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's an opportunity to really ask the expert all those questions that you have. All right, Michael is in the room. So, okay, guys, I'm going to, well, I guess I don't have to stop my YouTube feed, but okay, guys, so I'm going to take off. I'll see you around 12:30, all right? And put myself on mute here.
I was busy dreaming, building us a world, daydreaming up a good life that wouldn't hurt and wouldn't spoil. The sun never set there, the water clean and pure. In the beauty there was purpose, so certain, safe and sure. I could live this life forever, but from far, far away. I thought I heard you calling, you said I could not stay. And I woke up in a fever, my calculations were wrong. The pillars could not hold us, and the angels are gone. When hope makes you bleed, when life gets you down, there's all the love you need underground to make a way for the dark hearts to feel the love I found. There's all the love you need underground. We dream away. We dream away. We dream away. We dream away. Picture of a sunset above a turquoise tide, the beauty of a just world and the convenience of a lie. I tore down that picture, there is no other perfect life, but in the dirt under my fingers, maybe something will survive. When hope makes you bleed, when life gets you down, there's all the love you need underground.
Okay guys, sorry about that, just need to get some things set up. I'm doing a test on my iPad here to see if you guys can hear me, but if you guys see that before I do, certainly let me know. And it's gonna be that. No, that's gonna be the trading room now. It's gonna be this one here for my desktop. You guys should be able to see that as well. A little bit more of a lag than normal, just because of the kind of issues we had this morning. Okay, so there I come in. So the lag's a little bit longer than normal, and I apologize for that. If you know, something, you guys ask a question, it's just going to take me a second to read it and then respond. So just be aware that there's going to be a bit of a lag from you guys asking to me answering stuff. Just to help out with what happened this morning, basically we just had a little glitch dealing with streaming. New technology is always fun, so all right. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. I think you guys are seeing everything correctly and all of that. So again, if you're new here, essentially what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off, just to, you know, get something to eat, take a little break. And then we also open the room up to live support. So if you have any questions about trade ideas or trading or anything like that, this hour is 100% for you guys. So the more you ask, the less you hear me kind of waffle on randomly. But essentially what happened, and we may do some debugging of this live if there are no questions and Barry's back before, but we just had a little bit of a bug when it came to sound that we need to work out through our OBS. So just to introduce myself for anyone who doesn't know, my name is Michael Bonpara on Twitter and YouTube. And essentially, I consult with trade ideas a lot on the kind of quantitative end of things. I am a trader, just like most people working at Trade Ideas by trade, but I do things a little bit different in which I like to make sure that I have some statistical reason for trading, what I'm trading and why I'm trading it. So I work backwards from there. So I do some statistical analysis, and then on top of that, technical analysis, right? Look at the fundamentals, do all of that, but which is a little bit reverse from what a lot of people will do. So I work with Trade Ideas to kind of build in the, the AI and things like that. So questions about the AI, the question about Brokerage Plus, simulator, auto trading, that type of stuff. That's kind of my forte, if you will. So again, please ask away. The more you ask, the less we waffle on, and I always give this rant every time, but everybody you see come here to kind of replace Barry is also a trader. So we basically spend the mornings, doing our trading, and then whatever work we've got on the go with Trade Ideas, and then we pop in here for an hour in Q&A. So we really don't have anything prepared. So the more questions you ask, the better. Helps us fill the time, and you guys get answers to whatever your questions are, which is great. It's better than a phone support. It's better than going in and trying to send us an email or something like that, just because I can show you. So for example, Richard's asking about the account builder challenge. So for example, you're looking at the account builder. Let's load this up. I don't really use these channels too much myself, just because I've got kind of my own style and my own things built. So let me just take a second and refresh myself on what's going on with this one. Oops. Range. All right, so the account builder, big winners. Okay, so let me bring up my pen so I can highlight things better. This little Epic pen is like the best free app I think I've ever had. There's nothing to it, and it does a good job. So what we're looking at here in the account builder is basically, this is looking for stocks that are up big with relatively lower floats. So they have the potential of really moving. So if you look at this AMC, did I get AMC from here? Let's just grab the top one and see what that looks like. You're going to see stocks. This one's up 13% today with an 100 million share float. So that's what that one's looking at. This one seems to be more big movers. Yeah, this is sorted by the biggest movers in the last 5 minutes. So this one's looking for kind of volatility from there. And On Fire is just stuff that's kind of cranking up all of a sudden. So this is kind of like a momentum traders type of channel. So if that's your trading style, that's a good one. Again, it's going to be entirely up to you. But yeah, it has a lot to do with kind of lower float momentum, which, speaking of, we actually just added this one here, just called Momentum. And that one there is actually built by Andy, so we can give him credit for this. But this is all kind of the same thing, where it's looking at low float momentum type stocks. To be honest, I like this one a little bit better, but you're going to find a lot of the same stocks throughout. It's got a kind of high day Momo type scanner here that that Andy likes. It's got another one here that's just concentrated on just high of the day, whereas this is kind of split up by price. You know, this one's an all-time high and a 52-week high, that type of thing. And then this list here is just kind of low float stocks that are moving up. And then you can see here he just put in a single stock window that just kind of has all of your relevant type information there. So won't be as bad as the CNBC correspondence. Yeah, I've seen some of those news programs with people working from home, and I'm like, man, if I can get an office that's nicer and quiet, why can't you guys for TV, for frig's sakes? Trades that I take sometimes intraday disappear in the positions tab. That's just a little bug that we're working on in the simulator. If for whatever reason you're here in the positions tab and things just vanish, I'm on a newer version. You can see it's fixed in this version, but it created some other bugs which we have to fix before we get to you guys. But just disconnect and reconnect to Brokerage Plus. They'll come back. And then just keep an eye on when you're new down here on Trade Ideas. When this turns green, it signifies that we've got a new beta out. So when you see that turn green, go download that beta and that should be fixed. But that's just a known bug that we're playing with. So, oh, play. Yeah, Mike C. That was I was talking about this last time I was in with you guys. Hereish, I think maybe. And that one's good. I took out half on this day right here just to update you on that trade. I took out half the position here, and then I'm still holding the other half with a little bit over a break-even stop. I like to, you know, I was risking, I think, I need to look at my notes, but I think I was risking from here to here-ish. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we got this nice kind of push up and this pop, and then I sold a bit. We gapped up the next day, didn't get any of that. Unfortunately, that would have been a really nice price up here. But now I just try to trail the rest of this position just to see in case, right? We've got a massive short float here. That's kind of the main thing I'm looking at. We'll go over some of my swings too if you guys are interested down the road there. But yeah, that was a good trade. Can you go over linking TI with IB? What would you like to know? Because I have, so first I'll link a video that we've done, walk you through step by step, but if you don't have an IB account, then this won't really be super relevant to you yet until you do that. But this is a great, well, I shouldn't brag too much with the video. I did it, so I'm obviously biased there. But yeah, so when it comes to linking the two, it's just the exact same as linking to your simulated account, which is what I have here for demoing to you guys. Really all you do is you'll right click, and you see how I clicked Simulated Trader. You'll just click Interactive Brokers, and once you have all of the settings done, the one thing that I like to shout from the rooftop every time we talk about IB and linking, IB charges for data. They do not give you data for free, and that sucks, but it's just the nature of it. And if you do not go and pay them for data, it will not work. And you would be shocked how many fights that I have with clients and say, oh no, it's not the data, it's not the data, it's not the data. And then I tell them to go get the data, and they get the data and it fixes it. So if you don't have, when you sign up for Interactive Brokers, if you're going to do that, sign up for a data plan at the same time. It sucks that they charge for data, but it's their decision. And sadly, there's nothing we can do about it. But yeah, after you're connected, you can do, you can auto trade the AI if you want to do that. You can auto trade your own strategies, which is a bit of kind of what I do here. There's nothing come through this one today, but you can build a strategy and you can test it. And if it kind of works the way that you like and the way that you're interested, you can take that and have it traded for you. You can also build little entry scripts, in which it will enter you into a position in a certain way. And let's just show that real quick. VCNX. VCNX. So for example, if I wanted to buy this stock right here and I wanted it to put the stop at the yesterday's low, and I believe I have this on my demo account here set for $1,000 or $2,000, you can just click one button and it will calculate the share size for you. So you see it bought us some VCNX and it $500, what I have it set at here. You can see it risked $500 on that trade and it put the stop at yesterday's low. So that's the kind of cool stuff you can do with IB. You can go from there. Yeah, Debbie's saying that the data plan only costs $10. They'll actually refund you the money too if you trade enough. So it's annoying. It's half, if not more, of the Brokerage Plus issues we get. Well, I'd say up to 90%, because everything's working pretty smooth. You know, there's that positions going away issue that we're fixing as well, but the rest of the problems are just with data. What kind of accounts work with linking? As long as it uses Trader Workstation, which is IB's as long as it links through Trader Workstation, which is IB's downloaded application, it will work. Now, what account you want for your particular trading plan and style, you'll need to consult with them about that, right? You should know if you want leverage and how much you want to short and, you know, things like this. That's all up to whatever your written trading plan is. And, you know, I always like to trading plan shame people because some new traders don't. If you don't have a trading plan, what are you doing? You wouldn't open up a restaurant without a business plan or anything like that. So first, it starts with your trading plan, and then see what account you need. But as long as it links with Trader Workstation, we link to, not so much to IB, we link to Trader Workstation and we send orders through there. So if you can send orders through there, that's great. What data plan should I get? I use something called, I believe it's the US Equity Snapshot. Let me take a look here. Let's actually just go to their website. Interactive Brokers. Mine will bring me to the Canadian one, but that's fine. Data plans. Data fees. It's using Bing, isn't it? Oh, sorry. This is a virtual machine, so I usually don't do anything on this except show things to you guys. Market data subscriptions. No, not that one. Market data. Let's look at this. It's called the US Equity Snapshot, I believe. Yeah. I use this one here. US Security Snapshot and Futures Bundle. So it's $10 a month, and then they'll refund if you generate $30 worth of commission, which, you know, if you're trading any amount, like actively, you're probably going to do that, and if not, it's $10, right? And if that's a difference between you making and losing money in the stock market, then I would take a look at your plans. You can go through and do them individually. If you want it, you could go through and say, you know, I want the New York Stock Exchange and NYSE and all this, but I think you're probably going to be paying the same. And the question about level 2, you don't. Nothing we do, which is another question there. We don't offer level 2. Nothing we do uses level 2 data. And the main reason behind that, I know there are some people out there that still use level 2 to trade, and this is not meant for you guys. If you're already a profitable trader and you love your strategy, don't let me talk you out of it. But as someone who's been trading for 12 years now and started using level 2 data, anybody who is even remotely large or intelligent is hiding their trading, right? You can use iceberg orders, you can use dark pools, you can use hidden orders, you can use entry algorithms that hide your orders. The days of looking for the whale on level 2 is gone, in my opinion. I used to do that a lot way back, like 10 years ago. And then from there, I haven't found it that useful. But anyway, we don't use the level 2. We use everything based off level 1 pricing, which just means you need to know what the current market is, right? What the current bid and ask of, and the last price and everything from there. But most important thing is we pull that data from Interactive Brokers. So if they're not giving you live data, like, everything breaks. So we're going to come up with something where the system will actually ping you if you're not getting data. We'll go from there. But yeah, so that's a lot of what you can do, and that's a lot of different ways to set up. As a Canadian myself, I'll say, as someone who used Questrade and IB, I prefer IB simply because of the interaction with Trade Ideas. I don't like IB's platform. I think it's cumbersome and slow, and I just don't like the way it kind of looks or trades. That's personal preference, of course. I think their fees are better than Questrade as well, because you can do a per share instead of a per trade thing. So we go from there. Does it show OTC by the decimal? OTC stocks will show up just like they normally do. We don't specialize on like the really pink sheet garbage bankrupt guys that trade out to the 50th decimal point or anything like that, but regular OTC stocks are fine. Any time delay in my experience? Not really, right? Again, you're talking milliseconds, right? So I'm in Eastern Canada and the servers are in Western US, and I'm 61 milliseconds away, which is 0.06 of a second. And I can guarantee you, through a broker that's selling your order flow, the HFT systems that are watching the trading, all of these things, you're not going to beat those HFT traders. So if your plan is to, I would highly encourage you to kind of abandon that. But we're talking, if whatever you're doing is faster than 0.06 of a second, then you're probably going to have some problems, but you're going to have some problems anyway, type of thing. Here is this question of any links to learn the functionality of the platform. Here is just the setup. It shows everything that you can do from Interactive Brokers, what you can do on the entire platform. Let me give you the TIU link. That'd probably be the best one to do, but that's a long one because we can certainly do a lot. I think the better question is, what is your trading plan? What's the trading plan that you sit down and you've worked on and you've tested and that type of thing? Because if it's simple price volume movements, some fundamental data, things like that, we've got that in spades. We've got the ability to back test those. There's certainly a lot that we can do there. It's one of those things when they ask kind of what you can do, it's better to ask, well, what's your trading plan? And let's start from there, because what we can do is certainly a lot. All right, guys. So any questions as we go on here? If not, I'll probably just start shooting the the crap about things that I've got on the go. Not really too much, to be honest. I picked up some FND today. Again, I've explained this to people who are here a lot, so forgive me. But what I do a lot of, I trade everything through virtual private servers and things like this. I host everything so that I can be mobile, and work and things like that are important to me. One of the things, so what you guys are watching is actually a localized virtual machine. So this computer here that you're seeing is running on my actual MacBook, and then I do my trading in the cloud just for a whole bunch of reasons, right? One, I kind of got used to it when I used to travel a lot, but obviously travel has been cut. And yeah, I like the fact that I can close the lid of my MacBook, go out in the backyard on the hammock, open it back up again. Everything's been kind of working in the cloud without me. So what I do is I actually have this system trading, not identically, but a lot of the same symbols that I'm looking at in my live accounts. So I can use it as like an alerting service. So yeah, FND we took, and then I'm also looking at Save or Sava or whatever it is. Basically just seeing if this closes like this is a doji. I'm going to put probably an order entry to get in above here with a stop under here, just to see if we get some continuation. Earnings are out of the way, pretty decent short float, really not much in the way of news, but FND is already working out very well. Pretty much the same trade I have here, just smaller. Took it over this doji right here, and then a stop under today's low. And that's about it. Everything else, to be honest, the swing trading has been slow for the past month and a bit. There's really just not a whole lot going on. Do I have any videos on swing trading? I sure do. Here is my YouTube channel. Lots of videos out there. I do some live discretionary. Let's just take a look here. Everything I do is with trade ideas. I've just been using them for so long. I have videos here on, let's bring this in. Here's me. There's tons of content here. These automatic swing trading videos are a weekly series that I do where I talk about what I'm trading. This Back to Basics is me and my fiance Jess, teaching her how to trade. We started this when we were in quarantine. She's back at it out there in the world now, but we're still trying to keep up with this. And then I've got some discretionary swing trading here, another discretionary swing trade here. Right, I've been doing this for a long time, as you guys can see. So there's a lot of content on there if you want to take a look. I've been converting myself from a day trader to a swing trader for a while now. I just find it works better with kind of my brain type, which is just, slower. Space. What are the links to your podcast and how frequently do you use them? I do not have a podcast. Oh, Trade Ideas podcast, though. You can find the Trade Ideas podcast on anywhere that you can find podcasts, right? The Apple Store and Stitcher and all those things. Let's just remove these. There. Space is interesting. That's actually something I'm going to take a look at. Funny, I was on Twitter, and I kind of called that I would miss. Where is it? $space from... Yeah, this was funny for anyone. So this is just my Twitter. Said one thing I learned about trading is the longer you've been stocking a symbol, the higher chance you're going to miss it. And this is when I was watching Space, which was back in this area right here. And I just kind of called I was going to miss it. And I have to log in for that. I don't want to do that. But yeah, and I missed it. So it had gapped up above my entry here, and then it made this run, which I just thought was funny that I called that. Now it's back to that area. Maybe interested in watching 20% short float. So I'm going to add this to a list for sure. Thanks for that. Thoughts on my Tesla split? Don't really care. Not to be rude, but as a quantitative trader in somewhere that I study patterns, I study moving average, crossovers, and all these different things that everybody trades, and I try to come up with systems that are simple and repeatable, and have some level of human interaction, because kind of my own personal belief is that if robots could figure out the market entirely, that MIT would do it. And that is a real power I think you guys have here, being with Trade Ideas, and where we build everything for traders by traders kind of thing, right? Like pretty much everyone that works at Trade Ideas who has anything to do with development and the direction of what we're going to build next is a trader. So we build things that we would use and we think will make people better traders, and go from there. So when it comes to the way I look at the market anyway, it's all about what are the patterns and what are the price actions. So what I would do if I wanted to trade Tesla, which I just have no interest in trading something this extended. It's just my style. I like to try to catch things like play in which, it looks like they're coming out of bases, as opposed to buying stuff that's already extended, but to each your own. I'm certainly not going to, even FND, right, had a couple weeks of sideways action, and Tesla's just kind of been, just a monster here, TSLA. So what I would do myself, if I was interested in trading this, is I would go back and I would look historically what has happened to stocks after splits. There's got to be a study out there saying get him, Michael. But yeah, so go back and say, listen, here, let me look at what happened when Apple split, when, I don't know, a handful of different stocks. When they split, what did they do? What was the action that happened after that? And then take that and add that to your already whatever analysis you have on your trading plan. So if your trading plan is I buy bull flags that break out, you got to keep Barry in line somehow. I know me and Barry definitely disagree on our trading styles, which is fine because we're both profitable traders. We both do our own things. It's just I can't do what he does, where he's like pure momentum. He only buys stuff that's already rocketing, and it just hurts my head. But it works for him, right? And that's why I always preface it with there's only a couple absolute no-goes when it comes to trading, right? That's trading insanely illiquid securities, like super risky, cheap OTC pink sheet type, companies that have declared bankruptcy, or a company that's 0.5 of a cent and stuff like this. These are fun to play with, but they're not like repeatable trading styles that you could make a career out of for a long period of time. The other one is averaging down, right? You see on YouTube and in some places you see people that as they short and they, things move and then pop up and then move and then pop up, and people will just average down as stocks tank against them. And I saw a guy the other day on YouTube, and his trading style was like to try to make $50, and he was risking like $1,000 a trade to make $50, and it was just the most insane thing I've ever seen. But other than those things, whatever you do tickles your fancy. But again, very long-winded explanation for Tesla. I would look at what happened when some big major names have split before and where their price was after the split, understanding that markets just generally go up over time, right? So find the date that Apple split and look at what happened for the next week or two, or whatever your time horizon is, right? Look at when, I don't know if Walmart's ever split, or any big name company that we know, when they split, what's happened over the last month. Grab a random sample of those, find out on average whether the stock moves or up or down, or if it matters at all. And then apply whatever the technical pattern is, right? I don't even know when Tesla's gonna split, but I think what would happen, right, the whole price will adjust, and it depends what the trading pattern would look like then. If we were up a bunch then I wouldn't be too interested. If we had a nice little base or something that we were coming out of, maybe I would. Again, I always go back to, what's your trading plan, right? That your trading plan should govern everything. I got a question of, can I share the cloud links for these? Unfortunately, I can't, because a lot of them have custom formulas in them, so they just won't translate, right? What you would look at would be wildly different from what I would look at, but these are just some kind of basic custom channels that I made. And again, it's because I trade from I do everything from a laptop that I plug into a big monitor. So when I'm in the big monitor, I'll have things like my docked setups that you're seeing about half of this monitor. And then when I take it and I go outside, I want something that fits the MacBook screen. And so I will change to, something like this that will perfectly kind of just fill in that screen. Highly suggest doing it yourselves too. The custom channel part we have is awesome. On average, how many swing trades do I execute per week? It all depends. Sometimes none, right? It depends on how my accounts are, right? Like right now, one of my accounts, which is my retirement account, is full, right? I've used all of the buying power in it. So I will take a trade after one of those trades is completed. And, Play, I know, is one of them that I mentioned to you guys that's in there. And FND as well, right? These are all trades that I have in my old man retirement account. So if Play continues to kind of stay above the short-term moving average here and rockets up to $50 a share, and the whole time it's above that, and that takes a month, I'll be in those trades for a month. If FND does the same, then I'll be in those for a month. If FND turns around right now and stops me out, which certainly could happen, then I would start stocking another position. So I basically just kind of do rotation style trading, right? Where I, generally speaking, am long equity, and then if I think the market's going to go down, I'll take a look at the VXX or the SDS or something like that. And I will short by buying the ETFs in this particular account, because it's a retirement account. You're not allowed to short. In another account I simply just build like a long short equity fund, for lack of a better term. And I'm just always long and short stocks, and when a stock gets stopped out, I look for another one to take its place. And I've got a day trading account. So not really a good answer to your question, but sometimes many and sometimes none. Just all depends on market conditions. I just want to be kind of in the game pretty much at all times, or at least have positions that I'm waiting to set up. But when the buying power is maxed, the buying power is maxed, and then you just wait. NTN, you guys have been watching today. I know that one's been a bit crazy. That and FAT, not really my thing, but I get there's a lot of money from the day trading point of view with this kind of thing. I've been observing this, and something I might play with more and more is this pullback and it holding above the 8 and above VWAP here, which is the pink line, as kind of a rocket off point for some of these. Wonder what would be the best way to scan for those. Probably the doji, probably the 15-minute doji. Let's take a look at that. We've got 20 minutes. Again, questions, please ask away. This hour is devoted to you guys. Damien, do you think stop loss hunting is real? Yes and no is going to be. So stop loss hunting, for people who don't know, is kind of the. No, I don't want. I want alert window. There we go. And I want to scan for dojis on the 15-minute, and I want those to be close to VWAP. So again, stop hunting is kind of the theory that people think the market maker, quote unquote, can see your stop and runs and pushes the market to your stop in order to get you out of a position and then kind of push the stock the other way, right? So if you're long, they're going to try to push the stock down so that, let's do relative volume of, I don't know, 5, 1 to 100, and average daily volume, I don't know, 200,000. So I just want to get this out of the way. We'll come back to this. Yuck. So the idea is that, I don't know, if I'm long Apple, that if I'm long Apple and I've got my stop right here, the theory being that, the market makers are going to push it down into my stop so that I have to sell. So it causes this little flush and they get to buy at a good price. And then them buying is going to push it up, right? That's what stop hunting is. Is it done? Yes. But is it done to target you? Absolutely not, right? The market makers, hedge funds, prop firms, they do not give less of a crap about your tiny little account. No offense, right? All of us compared to these hedge funds, unless you got $1 billion somewhere, they don't really care that much about you. But what they will do is, if they think, for example, this FTAC, if they think, for example, there's a whole bunch of stops under this area, then they may do a stop run on that. But so if you're getting stopped out all the time and then the stock is reversing, you can use that as maybe an entry signal, right? Maybe your new entry signal is a break of support, and then buy it as it comes back through. But what I want to stress is that none of us retail traders, they do not care in any way, shape, or form what your about your position, right? They just don't care. 100 shares here or there, what do they care? But yeah, if it's a common type of position, then of course they'll be concerned with that. But no, that doji thing didn't really work out. NTN. So I want to find something. It's maybe a narrow range bar or something, or maybe a hammer. Yeah, you can have a copy of it. It's bad, but you're welcome to it. Here you go. So yeah, stop hunting is real, but they're not doing it to you. And it's the thing that I hate about stop hunting is the excuse that I think that traders like to use, like, oh, I just got stopped out because I got stop run. It's, yeah, maybe, probably not. Move on to the next trade is kind of the way I look at it. Is there a limit to how many of your trading strategies you can use with B plus. Within reason, there is no limit. Again, I always like to preface, if you're looking to HFT trade, you're going to get killed. You're going to lose a whole bunch of money. Right? You're not going to compete with Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch and these big guys who have MIT grads. They're paying $1 million a year with a $5 billion budget in order to trade. It's just not going to happen. But from there, within reason, you can do that, but we just don't. A lot of people, when they think of auto trading, they instantly think of kind of HFT style trading. They think of, oh, I have to be in and out and in and out and in and out, and it just doesn't really work like that. It's, trading is trading. So yeah, so within reason, you can have a bunch. Note that everything that you add is going to tax the system and tax your system. So I would make sure that you're trying to keep it within reason, to make sure that everything runs smoothly. If you're doing things extreme, then you're going to break stuff, and that's just kind of the way she works. But so keep in mind. Another question, bro. That's how he starts, bro. When will E-Trade Brokerage Plus go live? We have no ETA for that, as we've been saying for a long time. We're working on it. We'll release it when it is done and when it's stable and we're confident. What you don't want us to do is release it early, plug your account into it, and have it break and blow up your account. So we're working on it. Not giving an ETA. If everything goes smoothly, could be sooner. If everything doesn't go smoothly, then it's obviously going to be a longer period of time. It's one of those, it's like, think about it like building a house, right? You could say, oh, I'll have your house done in 6 months. But if you start to lay the foundation and you find out it's on like a burial ground or something that's, causing your house to be haunted or whatever, or more realistically, there's a sinkhole or an environmental problem or something like that, it takes a little longer, right? Would you rather the people build the house so that it works and it's safe and functional, or would you rather them kind of rush their way through it, say, hey, here's your house, hope you don't die, and walk away? So we are working. We don't have an ETA and never had an ETA. We're working on Alpaca, and we're working on Thinkorswim. We're working on a couple different brokers. So some of it has to do with how much the broker responds to us, which sadly is not as quickly as we would like. We need to work with them, so if they need to also work with us, kind of thing. But we have our top men on it. Still looking at this NTN, trying to think of what I can do, but maybe I don't even care about the candlestick. Maybe I just want to do a top list for stocks that the 8 period. So if we go 8 MA, 8 period SMA on the 15 minutes, if we make that, I don't know, within 1%, and then we say VWAP is also within 1%, then that means they have to be pretty close. And let's make relative volume just insane, like 10, and let's see what this gives us. See if there's, see, it's all these garbage names. This one's interesting. Holly's obviously shorted, but it's got this, I like this kind of look when the moving average kind of blankets the stock. It just shows a little bear flag going on here is the best way to word that. So I think it's Neo. Neo is what I have auto trading here because that's what I trade in my real account too. All right, it's got this ascending triangle that looks like it's going to break down. So yeah, see, that only gave one in like 5 stocks. Was interesting. So that's not the scan either. I got to figure this out. I've just been noticing more and more, and that's kind of the genesis of any trading strategy, is just a simple observation of NTN, right? When the moving, short-term moving average, I know Steve uses a 10. Let's take a look at that. SMA, and we'll go SMA 10. That's 20. Let's do a 10. I know this is what Steve uses. Yeah, it's about the same. The SMA 10 crosses VWAP, and the price, it's basing around that area. It seems to be, I don't want to say more often than not, but I don't know that yet. But right, same kind of thing here. Let's color the 10 a little different. Let's make this red. And this is how, if you want to know how the beginning of a trading plan starts, it's like this, right? Just noticing this type of occurrence, and then just starting to say, okay, how can we do this? Steve, what cloud link do you want? I can't share everything because there's some stuff in there that's stuff that I just use, and there's some stuff with customs. What is your written trading plan that you need a scan for? Because, yeah, this is garbage. I'm not going to use this again. But, yeah, it's just something I've been noticing, right? It's strong stocks. They push up. This is kind of the opposite here on FND. Again, just experimenting. This is how I kind of take a look at it. Should I keep it or sell it? Tesla. What does your trading plan say? If you don't have a trading plan, you're just gambling, and you should sell everything and then work to build a trading plan. And I know people hate that answer. I know that answer is like super irritating for a lot of people. But it's just true. It's if you become the best trader on planet Earth, the best one, you're going to be right 66% of the time on average throughout your career. If you're like a great trader, 2 in every 3 trades you're going to make money on. So what actually separates the good traders from the bad one? It's they have a plan. They stick to the plan. The plan makes sure the risk and rewards on their side, so that even when they're not super accurate, which could happen, it keeps them alive. So what's your trading plan? What did your trading plan say when you entered it? If you didn't have one, go get one. I'm telling you. Even if you're killing it, you're making all kinds of money right now, without a plan, it's only a matter of time. And that's one thing that I think is a huge advantage of the AI to new traders, is at the very least, every single trade you've got a plan. You've got an idea. Here is the stop loss, right? It's going to sell you at the end of the day. Here is the entry point. For example, right, this one, same. Here's your stop loss. Here's your entry point, right? Hold it till the end of the day, because you need that plan. The momentum top list you mentioned earlier. Momentum is just right here. Both of those scans that I built are garbage. I was just trying to come up with a theory. This is our new momentum channel. So this is for all users. It's just built here. Again, this was built by Andy, and I think he did an excellent job with it. He basically got all of the traders to kind of help pitch in and say, here's what we're interested in. Here's what we kind of look at when we look at momentum type plays, things like this. I would definitely check out this channel. Again, it's brand new. You can go from there. Mike C. Just share the top secret scans. I know, and I don't mean to be hard on the new traders, but I figure, learning now, it will certainly help them out. That whole trading plan that I just forced down everyone's throat. What's your trading plan? What's your trading plan? What's your trading plan? I've gotten emails and everything from people thanking me, saying they didn't have one. They're glad now that they do, things like that, because it is hugely important, right? If you have a plan, great, know that it's going to work sometimes, it's not going to work other times, things like that. But you have to have a plan. Otherwise, you're just gambling. You're just following the herd or reading the news or something like that. So you need to have that plan, or else at some point it's going to come get you. And we don't want that to happen. August 31. It's a date. What's the new channel called? The new channel is just called Momentum. And it's a little guy. I'll find it here and circle it for you. It's this guy running right here. We built it just because we know that there's a huge amount of people out there that like to trade these lower float momentum stocks. They like stocks that are hitting the high of day and they've got a lower float, and they want to play that momentum continuation. So we built this specific channel for those people, where we've kind of put the best of the best of those momentum type plan. I do not have a momentum top list, Steve. I don't trade that style of trading myself. I'm more of a base break guy or a pullback guy. I'd say if you were to classify me, I'm a breakout or pullback trader. Not so much a momentum guy. I just can't stomach it for some reason. Finding things that are already super extended and buying them. And I know there's money to be made there for sure. How do you know you had a price alert if you aren't looking at the price alert window? Price alert window will pop up when it's triggered. You can also see it on the chart. For example, let me load up my price alert window. What do I have here? Right, if you click on this, you can see the price alerts right here. This horizontal line. You can also have it yell at you. You can have just by right click and hit actions, and you can have it play a sound where you could have it beep, or do the Windows exclamation, or have it use a custom sound or text to speech or whatever. You can do that as well. You can also have it, and it will pop up as well. It should open up a window there. I'm reading one of the ebooks called 5 Ways to Win in a Post BTFD Market. I can't find the strategy for shorting junk stocks. If you email in, they should be able to info@trade-ideas.com. They should be able to take a look at that. The other thing, let's take a look here. There's another channel here that's a good one that we call the Traders Vault. And here we basically put updated every few months, and all of the traders within Trade Ideas sit down and add in what they consider their best, quote unquote, best scan. It could be that shorting junk maybe stopped working for that person. I'm just looking at it here. For example, this rounded bottom one here is mine. This is kind of my favorite continuation or that base break, how I said I'm kind of a base break type of guy. This is one that I do that with. That's really good. So you can, right, you can obviously pull them out and pin them if you want. Just trying to see if shorting junk is here. I don't think so. Yeah, I would just email in info@trade-ideas.com and ask them for that. I don't know. That book, I think, was before my time. I don't know if it tells you who wrote each section, because there is one out there that talks about how you do each. Let's pin this too. I want this pullback one. Some of our books tell you who the actual author of that chapter is, and then you could actually attention that person. Basically, anyone who's a trader in Trade Ideas also does a bit of support as well, depending on what they're doing at the time with the company, right? I do a lot of the Brokerage Plus support. That's why I always hammer the table about the data plan, because I know it causes a whole bunch of issues. But if you can find out who did it, I think that was Steve, Andy, and Sean, I believe, are the ones who did that post BFT market. So you can ask them. Any thought of adding push notifications for price alerts? We're always looking at it. We're always looking at the mobile thing. It's a big leap for us. It's a big jump in which everything we've done has been Mac related in the past. Oh, Barry is just giving me the hook. But yeah, so we're always thinking about it, right? Trade Ideas, we're never stopping, right? We're never like, okay, that's good, let's walk away. It's always getting built. But it's a lot of work, right? Building apps, push notifications, and all that kind of stuff. So I am going to, I guess, not switch back, because we didn't get a chance to look at Barry's issue. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up the trading room here. So this is what we did to get around the system, is I just loaded up the trading room, and then I unmute Barry, reconnect audio. Oh. All right, so he's talking now. And then I went like this, so all you see is Barry's, and I'm going to switch back to him. So it's good chatting with you guys. I have to run off some calls, and I'll talk to you guys next week. I'm usually on Wednesdays. I switched this week, just dog had a vet appointment kind of thing. But again, great chatting with you guys, and I will talk to you later.
Nothing really shaking today on the AI. It actually got stopped out. Salt? I'm not sure I understand what you mean then, JB. I mean, I'm glad you made money, but Salt actually got stopped out. Oh, I see. Okay. But how could you do that? Because there was the alert at 1563. I'm sorry, the alert was 1557 right there, and it moved down. And this was a long. I know there's a re-entry at 1545. Okay, well, okay, I'll give you that. I mean, it's 1545 was the re-entry, yes. A little bit then. Okay. Okay, guys, somebody has to be the big guy and just stop. All right? Just move on, guys, okay? Just move on. All right, guys, I've unmuted myself. You guys should hear me in the YouTube feed now. Yeah, I looked at that one earlier. It had a ton of volume. I mean, it's starting to pick up again. It had a ton of volume. I mean, it's 40 million shares. This had a ton of volume in the pre-market. I was actually maybe looking at this one. It's a cannabis play. And, maybe there could have been a rotation out of the IGT or IGC into this one. And it may happen tomorrow or so. I mean, it remains to be seen. I mean, it can be interesting, but it's got a incredible amount of volume today. A lot of volume yesterday. But you're right. I won't look at it until it breaks $1. NTN, my goodness. This is today's IGC. All right, guys, I will do my video now. It's 1:06, so that'll be a pretty quick one. Assuming I have no technical difficulties. So okay, Michael, can you hear me? I'm not quite understanding. I want to make sure I get this right. When you say mute the room, you mean mute the trading room? Is that what you mean? All right, I'm talking right now. All right, so I'm going to mute. I just want to make sure I completely understand. I don't want to screw this up. So I'm going to mute in the and now can you hear me? You can hear me now? Just waiting for an answer in YouTube. No, I'm I know it's confusing, guys. I'm just we're having a problem in the audio in the YouTube stream. I want to see. Can you guys hear me now on the YouTube? I am talking. I am talking. I got to do my video. Test, 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 test. Okay, so you can hear me now. Okay, so it's okay, guys. I'm sorry. Now I'm going to do my video now, so I'll probably be back about 1:30. Okay, so I'm just going to put that note there. Try to solve these audio issues we're having in the YouTube feed later on. Ugh. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, I don't know what you mean by 0 for 0 on the Holly AI these past 2 days. What do you mean by that exactly, Mark? You saying you're not seeing the trades? Because there weren't many trades yesterday. I think there were 5. Well, I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, do you have this window? I mean, they are the trades, so I don't know why it says 0 0. Like, do you have these? I don't open any other window for the AI other than this one. Okay, so I can tell you why. That's because you've got it set on Holly Grail. This is, yeah, I can see right now there have been no Holly Grail trades today. There's been been the Neos and 2.0. That's the reason. Are you using, this is what I recommend going forward, okay, is that you load this window. And you load it from here, the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is your window. Now, it may be that you have an early version of Trade Ideas because now the default is to show all the segments. Okay, now if you have this window open, and it used to default to Holly Grail, and that was it. Now the default when you open that window is all, but you have to have a later version of Trade Ideas. That may be the reason. But I almost guarantee. See, if I go Grail, nothing. So I think that's the reason. That makes sense? Right. Now, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? Now, if you click on Help and About, now I'm on a development version, but what version do you have? My guess it's going to be like 0.134 or something like that, or it won't be. I don't think it'll be 0.156. Really? You must have then you must have at some point changed it to Grail because the default now is all. Yeah, you must have accidentally changed it. Okay. Yeah, again, that's because Stephen, you're looking only at Holly Grail. That there have been no Holly Grail trades, okay? And on the web, I don't know. The web, I'm not sure if you can have I mean, you have to go to Omni, I guess, the Omni channel to see them all. All right, guys. When I was on my break, or not on my break doing the video, I heard Eamon. Yeah, William has confused the heck out of me there. So, Stephen, I'm assuming that you're using the web because either A, you're on a tablet or you have a Mac. Is that correct? Because I've never seen them charge me for shorting as long as I clear it, and I always do during the day. But maybe I've not paid attention. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never ever seen a because when I look at my net, when I get out of a trade, the only thing I see that they've discounted is the commission, which is nothing. Well, that's what but he didn't say yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Real yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I've never ever looked at a hard to borrow. Okay, I'm not. I don't load the. But let me ask you this. I mean, when you hard to borrow, like, when do you get a fill? I mean, how quickly do you get a fill? Maybe I'm misunderstanding hard to borrow and then having to locate shares. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Because when I've accidentally, okay, I guess that's what it is. Okay. Because when I've accidentally tried to short a stock that, with an IB, I have that faded green. So I know I'll get a message the next day saying, hey, the stock you were trying to short is now available. Thank you. I see. Okay. I misunderstood the term then. Look at TNAV. Boy, this is another earnings spike. Terrible looking daily though. All right. Oh, I'm supposed to clear this. So I'm going to clear this now and bring in this window here. Then you're going to clear this now too. I want to see if we get some alerts later on in the day from these smaller ones. See if they get renewed interest. Now I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I shall be attending. Boy, this is sneaky, this BCRX, it's very sneaky. It's just been kind of, a little pullback, little pullback, little pullback, sneakily on its way up. And now it's at a very critical level. 460, that high right there is 460. I was, kind of concerned about it getting through here. That's why I really, at 438, I mean, it hasn't moved that much. But if it gets through here, then you've got maybe 5, looking at 5. That's the BCRX. All right, Mike. Good luck on that one, on the ADVM. Well, ADVM now, this is somebody from the Mike from the YouTube channel was talking about a new strategy that he's got that is kind of working. Now, ADVM, guys, this is a really interesting level it's at. Why? Because that's the financing. Excuse me, that's the financing price for it, $13. So will it shake it off and just start to move? Or will it stall at 13 and come right back down? Good volume came in just before it. Actually, that is the candle. So some volume came in. Yeah, I've never tried though, William. What happened is I accidentally, but then I canceled the order. So I don't even look what they tell me. So I have never shorted an HTB stock. Well, every stock well, maybe I don't know that they've been hard to pro. I don't know. All I can tell you is that, if I see the big green dot and they fill me, I don't even look. Ignorance is bliss. No, he said that's why he went back from TOS. I think you're right. You are right, Cal. I've never really paid attention to it. It obviously doesn't. It's obviously not much money because if I'm being charged anything, because I don't see a huge discrepancy from what I think I net on a trade on a short. But again, I'm closing during the day, so what is having a little bit of a pop here is fat. Not saying to take it, but there is a nice break on some volume for fat, FAT. I'm not in the MNTA anymore, unfortunately. You know, I got in here around 29.30 and I got out an average about 29.56. Nothing fantastic, but this looks like it could have some more run in it. I mean, it's still got that big void. Yeah, so I see. Yeah, I mean, you are a real scalper when it comes to that. I mean, I'm looking at XARS, and yeah, I just don't see like a huge downside in it. You know, unless it got right to the. Again, I don't know what you guys are seeing, but this is what I'm seeing on this. So yes, it popped up there, hit that. It's come right down. So I thought the sort of the idea was it might fall to, well, to the 362. You know, right there to the mean. And even if it got down here, I mean, it's not a bad percentage run, but is that what you're seeing, William? Is that the same idea? Just so you know, if it matters, you cannot use Brokerage Plus, you know, to trade if you want to trade your IB account with IB Lite. Just if it matters to you. If it doesn't matter to you, also I don't think. Well, really, you can answer this. There's no linking, is there? I was just going to say, yeah, there's no linking. So if you are, if you are, clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, might obviously to real it doesn't matter. But you're linked to TOS. So to sum up, if you can, I mean, IB Lite, you just won't have access to Brokerage Plus, and there's no linking to IB Lite. If that doesn't matter to you, then yeah, nothing wrong with IB Lite, I guess. I don't think it's available in Canada. Why? I have no idea. No, but I would never change because linking to me, yeah, that's what I figured. Linking to me is the most important thing. Brokerage Plus is not the most important thing to me. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. I don't trade that much, so it's not that big a deal for me. But linking would drive me crazy if I had to, type the symbol in all day long into my brokerage platform. Okay, well, there's another high for XARS. Yeah, you know what? Before I go on this marketing or into the marketing meeting call, I always should say this because for some reason people get confused about this whole notion of interactive brokers and Brokerage Plus and Trade Ideas. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, it scans the market. You can set up your own. You can set up your own alert windows, set up your own possible trading parameters, scenarios. Okay, these are all ideas that are being generated because these stocks are meeting these filter requirements. You know, the price is between 1 and 20. The current volume is 3, trading at least 3 times as much as normal. Minimum volume is 300,000. It's up at least 4% from the close. The count is at least 45. It's made at least 45 new highs. So those are the filters that are in place. And then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, because it's also on the low side too, I'll get a real-time alert. Okay, so I can set up my own parameters, of course. That's the whole beauty of Trade Ideas. You can set up your own. So that's what Trade Ideas is first and foremost. Now, so you don't need, now we have a linking tool. You go into tools, external linking, and we link with most brokerage platforms. So if you had Thinkorswim or TradeStation or whatever, Questrade in Canada, we link with most brokerage platforms. So you just set up the link. Okay, setting up the link is a time saver. It means that when you click on a symbol within Trade Ideas, it'll load into your brokerage platform. From there, you trade. We can take it one step further using Brokerage Plus if you have an Interactive Brokers account. So, of course, we link with Interactive Brokers, but then you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account. You can set up, the one-click trading. You can set up auto trading if you want, if you have an Interactive Brokers account. But absolutely, you don't have to have Interactive Brokers, and you don't have to use Brokerage Plus in order to use Trade Ideas. But we get a lot of people say, well, I don't have IB. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? Or I'm on the web-based version, and the web-based version doesn't have Brokerage Plus. Does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? No. Or no, that's not true. HX on the move. Sugar. This is a great one, guys. HX on the move from that alert at 115. And it was probably earlier because I did a clear. Yikes. What a great alert. Look at the volume today. I saw this one in the pre-market, but it was, it was under $1. And then it dropped under $1 again. I kind of forgot about it, but look at the move now. What do they do? Consumer lending. Where are you? China stock. Well, it's a China stock. And it just got halted. My guess is it just got halted. Yes, it just got halted. Great alert. I think so. We've got a great, well, no, AI. To have the AI, you need the premium service. Okay, the AI is, okay, if you want the access to the AI, you have to have a premium service. But I mean, the standard plan is great. Without the AI, I mean, you can set up all your own scenarios. You can have all the scans that I've got, tweak them. That's all part of the standard service. The Omni AI is just, it's confusing. I mean, I don't go to the channel bar anymore, but this is in essence the Omni AI. It just shows you all of the trades from the 3 segments. We used to, in the old days, we used to just have Holly Grail. Then we added Holly 2.0, and then the most recent one is Holly Neal. They just get more aggressive. Holly Grail is probably the most conservative. And Holly Neal, a little more liberal. And then Holly Neal, usually are stocks that are quite volatile. Lots of relative volume. But that's the thing, Grumpy. You're really not risking 20K. I mean, that yeah, the risk idea, you're not really risking 20K, unless in a heartbeat the stock goes to zero. I mean, Apple's, that's not going to happen with Apple. Or I mean, it's just like any other trade. Never mind a high price trade. But I mean, if I want to get into this one and I want to buy, 20,000 shares of it at 374, so what's that, $75,000 or so? I'm not risking $75,000. My risk is based on my stop. So if my stop was in theory 5 cents away, I'm risking $100, 20,000 shares times a nickel. Now, I mean, am I going to do that? Probably not, but that's the idea. That's why you have to know where your risk is, where you're getting out. Not just directed to you, Grumpy. I mean, that's to anybody. I think people get the wrong idea. Well, I'm risking, the entire amount of the trade. Well, no, you're not. You should have a get out, a stop price with a dollar amount that gets you out of the trade and a manageable number. So that manageable number, I say, I use this analogy. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 on a trade. You can't do that. Exactly. I mean, and that's why, would I ever hold one of these bios overnight with a lot of shares? Probably not. Guys, here's another interesting one. Keep an eye, like OCFT is very interesting. They did their 18 million shares at $18, and it's holding very well. That's the financing. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. This marketing meeting well, actually, I'll put the notice in first. Marketing meeting will start fairly soon, usually right around 2. Yeah, I think William is just pulling everybody's collective legs, okay? So there's HX, just opened. It dropped a little bit. It dropped a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. Yeah, so yeah, I probably would have held some, but I'm in the marketing meeting just ended. It was a very quick one. I wasn't sure how long it was going to go, so I was a little distracted. But yeah, I mean, I took the HX on the break. I posted it right here. I mean, I was on mute, obviously. I think I said, yes, I'm in HX. Wow, now it's really running. I mean, this is, whew, look at the volume. Look at the volume that has come in. I wonder if it get halted again. I won't tempt it the second time or the third time, but it was in right there, right at one. Pulled back a little. I got in at 132. I sold. Some just at 50 and then just out here. So anyway, we'll see what happens. I mean, this one, see what happens with this tomorrow. I don't see any news on it. So what William was saying and what Real was saying about risky on halts. Yes. I mean, notice I did not hop in. I did not hop in on the actual when it resumed. I waited to see how it was going to trade, and it actually pulled back to 121, and then it got back over 130. So I thought, okay, listen, hopefully the worst I could get out at 121 or so, and getting in. So maybe but I would have got out earlier. If it had broken down, say 127, 126, I would have been out. Okay, I can show you how to make a multi-strategy window. Have to make sure you can hear me and you can see my screen. This is somebody from YouTube. So before I start, and this is for anybody who wants to make a multi-strategy window. Okay, so this is what you do. So start off with your alert window that you want to put into a multi-strategy window, okay? And right click on the alert window. Collaborate. So right click on the alert window, collaborate, and copy. So now you've copied this window. From the toolbar, click on New, Multi-Strategy Window. Okay, so that has popped up. Right click, hover over Strategies, hover over New Strategy. All these boxes will keep popping up, and then click on Collaborate and paste. There it is. Okay, there it is. And you just basically keep repeating. You want to do another alert window. Right click, collaborate, copy. Go back to your multi-strategy window, right click, strategies, hover over new, collaborate, paste. Okay, now you just keep doing that. And now to give it a name, right click, properties, window name. And now you can give your multi-strategy window a name. Okay, did you follow that? If you didn't follow it, let me know and I can do it again, maybe a little more slowly. Okay, great. Now you can also fancy it up a little bit. You can start color coordinating the different strategies. So for instance, do you know how to do that? Okay, so you would just hover over the strategies, hover over. Again, this box pops up and then you have the colors. Now you can select your foreground and background, okay? For each one of them. Now HX got halted on the way down, so obviously be careful if you were in it. Hopefully if you were in it early, I mean, you had to take profit. Some profit, you had to. All right, guys. Oh, that's why I'm not getting any alerts. Okay, how about this one? Ooh, take a look at this one. Is this another little China stock? Yeah, so something's happening, guys, with these little China finance stocks. The HX, this one now is on the move. XYF. Okay, so we had HX, another little China financial stock, and it came from under $1. So what is it? XYF. Here's another one. Keep an eye on it if it pops over $1 again. Now it doesn't have, this one doesn't have as much room. Look at the HX. Look at the difference, guys. Look at, okay, hopefully you can see the difference on the daily chart. How much more room this had. You know, but if you look at the XYF, look how choppy it is on the daily. Now, if it can clear 118 or so, you know, that's what I'd be looking at. I mean, there's a high up here. If it can clear 118 or so, I'm gonna stick an alert there. If it does, it'll be halted. Well, it depends on how quickly, if it does it at all. But again, look at the volume. But look at the volume for the other one, HX. 27 million. What's the float? 19 million in the float for that one. So here's the huge difference. You almost have to take a pass. Look at the difference, 109 million in the float. So, I mean, that's a huge difference. So I don't know what you mean. Why did all trade ideas windows, why did trade windows freeze? What do you mean? Mine aren't frozen. I mean, if it's within your platform, I mean, I can't answer. That's a technical question, I guess. I mean, you're going to have to reboot or reload trade ideas. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about the screen not changing symbols? That might just be a refresh within the trading room. So I don't know what you mean when you say, why did all trade windows freeze? Yeah, the SPY on the way down. Dow's down. Even the NAS is starting to give it up a bit. Just a minute, please. All right, I am now back. See you, real. JS, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Please let me know, why did all trade windows sometimes freeze? You know, look at the SPY, guys. This is a big drop in the SPY. I mean, if it freezes, it's got to be something doing with your computer. Obviously, mine doesn't freeze ever. The only thing I can ask you is, if you right click on a window, do you have anything pinned? Do you have anything pinned? Otherwise, that's the only thing I can think of. You have a bunch of windows pinned, or a lot of top lists. Yes, a lot of top lists. If you have a lot of top list windows and you've got a high count, record count in each one of them, that could be, it shouldn't freeze though. It should slow down. Yeah, something's going on. Something is definitely going on out there, guys. So there's a couple of, so when you again, I don't know how many top list windows you have, but let's take a look at, here's my spider. So if I right click, time frame, set record count. So if you've got like 1,000 or something, you've got a bunch of top list windows open, your system will bog down. It doesn't mean that it's going to freeze though. So those are a couple of things to look at. Otherwise, you'll have to go to our, like, literally go to tech. Okay, finally, I get one that's sort of outside the, oh, Real's gone though. VRS. A short possibility. This is what I'm talking about. It's at the upper end of this, even though I know, or for some reason our channel lines get drawn differently. Again, this is an IB, Interactive Brokers chart, guys. And the concept is that when it gets to the top here, it becomes, start looking at it as a potential short. Look at the big bottoming tail now on the SPY on the 15-minute. Look at that big bottoming tail. Buyers are stepping in so far. Meanwhile, Ulmer just continues on the way down. I mean, you'd think that there should be some support right around here, around 1260. I mean, if not, I mean, yeah. So there was a huge difference between this little China fin and the other one. Both, hopefully you can see the difference. I mean, I was trying to point it out, but I mean, look at this daily chart. Really choppy up and down. Look at the float, 109 million. And then look at HX. Look at the difference. Look how much more room there is, on that daily chart, and the float is only 19 million compared to whatever I said the other one was. 119 million versus 109 million. That's a huge difference. Little move here for BCRX. Yeah, I mean, that's a big bottoming tail. Will it hold? That's the thing. Will it hold? Big bottoming tail on that on the 15. What's the time? 2:28. So that's another couple of minutes to close, or a minute and a half to close or so. So this is an interesting one. I mean, this OCFT, I have to see what happens tomorrow. So they've done their financing at $18 so far, but August 4th was their earnings. It really dropped after that. Maybe the financing was announced here, but the pricing came in. I really don't know. Maybe the financing that was announced that they were going to do it. Yeah, I don't know who had. I mean, I'm not saying no brokers had NPN to short, but certainly did not. None available at IB, Interactive Brokers. Oh, I see. Yeah. So this is another. So all these little China fins. And look at OCFT now. So this has 48 million. So it's a little bit better than that other one. And also look at the chart. I mean, it's not beautiful, but it's a lot better than that other one, the XYF. Okay, one moment, please. I have to change headsets. All right. You mean using Brokerage Plus? Second. You mean using Brokerage Plus to trade? If you, especially if you're in a, if you're, I mean, it depends on the trader. I mean, for me, there wouldn't be a huge benefit, I'll be honest, okay? Because I'm not in many trades at the same time, okay? But if I were in 5, 6, 7 trades at a time, and I had a bunch of swing trades going also, then it's a wonderful way to manage all the trades, okay? Number one. Number two is that you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters on what with one-click trading. Again, it may not be a huge difference to you, but you can set up so so you'll get in, when you want to buy something, you'll know exactly how many shares you're going to buy based on the stop, and your stop will automatically be placed, things like that. And obviously, I mean, if you're practicing trading, but you're talking about really trading your account. I mean, this interface, in my opinion, is a lot nicer than the IB interface just for trading in general. I mean, the IB interface is nothing to write home about, really. I mean, it's very pedestrian. But I think the main benefit probably is if you have a bunch of active trades at the same time, very easy to manage them. But it's not necessary. I mean, again, if you're a trader like me, I mean, if I were in, 3, 4 trades at a time, absolutely, I'd be using this. The other thing too, I mean, if you have interactive brokers, I mean, the only reason I don't even do it for one trade is because I'm always connected to the simulator, okay? I mean, I would use this, if I weren't doing what I was doing, I would be using this to trade, even if it was just one trade at a time or a couple of trades, okay? But I'm not going to go back and forth between my account and the simulator, because I mean, I could make a mistake. It's that simple. But I mean, if you've got interactive brokers, I'd be using Brokerage Plus for sure. The other thing you'll be able to do soon is we'll have this calendar, and you'll be able to track all your trades in here very, very in a nice, efficient way. Not unlike if you're familiar with the backtester, how when you have the calendar and you click on a date, you'll see all the trades and your entry, your exit, profit, the whole bit. So it'd be a great way to track all your trades. It's just not quite available yet. Hopefully in the next build. Yeah, if you click yes, then you can flatten them all in one. Yes. Yeah, that's coming. I mean, you can see it's right there. I mean, it is a tab that's been added. It's just not quite ready for prime time. In fact, let's just do a couple of trades just to show you. So let's take a couple hundred shares of Triple U. There, we just did it. Take a couple hundred shares of OCFT. So now if I click on all, yeah, there, everything gets highlighted and then just flatten. Hey, you made $1. But I lost 5 here. Okay, so I mean, that's how easy it is. But setting up all of this, you know, the one-click trading, you can do it in the simulator too. But best thing to do then is to just watch the video. Shows you exactly how to do all that. No, you cannot have two B+ windows open. Okay, so I'm going to try to figure out what you actually mean, how it works. It's just telling you. I mean, you're talking about these things right there. It's just telling you at a glance where a stock is in the various ranges. You know, I mean, if you're looking for stocks that are, you know, doing well over the last 3 months, and I mean, well, it's at the top of the range. So in other words, you know, if position in 3-month range, let's find one. Where am I going to find a good one? Okay, so for instance, you know, here's this EXPI. I mean, it's not showing it right now because this is intraday action, but you know, it's positioned in the two. If you're looking for a strong stock, there's, you know, 3-month range. Obviously, at the 3-month range, it's at the high. 2-year range, right at the high of the year, almost a lifetime high. So at a glance, without even looking at a chart, you can tell how a stock is how it's been doing right at a glance. That's what this is good for. So you look at HX. So yeah, 5-day, yeah, it's at the top of the 5-day, 20-day. It's you know, 3-month. It's not because you see some white there. It's not at the top, but you know, 2-year range. You know, over the last 2 years, not that great. Year range, I'm not sure why we have nothing, but it's more of at a glance. So you can see, you know, if you want to see stocks that are doing fairly well over the short term, then, you know, then you're looking at 20 days, 5 days, 20 days, 3 months, maybe. We do have a 6-month and a 9-month also. So, I mean, this could start to, I mean, if you get a lot of green on these shorter time frames, this could start to maybe, I mean, I'm not saying this one as a, you know, as a terrific example, but maybe it's starting to turn around. Okay, when you say you don't have those options, everybody has the options. You know, these are just filters. I mean, this is just my window, okay? But you can create your own. You know, these are just filters that you add. You know, here are all the filters that you can, these are just the ones that I've got. But here are all the filters. I mean, it's customizable. I mean, I can give this to you. The only thing is, I think, I mean, if you want it, you can have this. You know, it is one of the ones that I am sharing. Okay, there was another question. Okay, IB commission price difference among other brokers. Well, I mean, there are other brokerages some are free right now, of course, TDA, E-Trade. I mean, they are free commissions, but you get what you pay for. I mean, so listen, IB has, I mean, for me, the commission structure it's low enough. It doesn't make a difference. I feel I get good fills. You might get dinged in other ways with these free brokerages. I don't know. Yeah, no, the charts update every, I want to say every, well, no more than 10 seconds, but 8 to 10 seconds. So these are not tick charts like tick by tick by tick, okay? But when you get an alert, when you get a real-time alert, that is the real time on the chart. Thing is, if you keep watching it, yeah, it might take 10 seconds to refresh. And I know a lot of you are going to say, well, that's crazy. I'm a day trader. That can't be. And I know a lot of you are going to be tired of every time I say the same thing, but this is what I did when we introduced these charts. I was as skeptical as the next person. And so I put at the time I had eSignal as my charting program, and I put the chart side by side for 2 weeks, and it made no difference to me, zero difference. Because you see, when I get an alert, I see it here, but now what I'm doing is I'm checking my time and sales. I'm in my, if I'm using Brokerage Plus, I'm going to be, so it's not, I don't have to be seeing exactly what's happening. And by the time I glance at it again, the price, it will have refreshed. Yeah, you won't see the calendar tab. I always run the risk. I mean, I'm always on a development version, okay? And that's why I'm always on a development version. So I'm on this version 4.2.172. It's a development version. You guys are on you guys are on 4.2.156. So hopefully in the next release of the production version, you'll have the calendar and a few other things that have been added. Okay, and way to set up the groups short and longs apart. Well, I mean, here are the longs. I mean, I suppose you can, here are the longs. So you can see, all you have to do is have the columns, but they could be interspersed. So, I mean, if I wanted to short this one, I'll just short it right now. Okay, you see, yeah, so they don't separate. I'm going to go long. Okay, so Danny, again, all I do is if you have I'm assuming you have Interactive Brokers, just underneath the order entry, you see where it says shortable. And so as an example, Omer, I'm looking at Omer right now. So there's a big bright green dot. That means it's shortable immediately. Okay, if I don't see that bright green dot, then I don't even bother. If it's a faded green, that means that they will do a locate for you. You probably have to call them or something like that. Hard to borrow, I don't even know if there's a designation. I mean, there probably is, or maybe it's the same thing, having to phone them. And then sometimes you'll get a red dot, and that means, you know what? You cannot borrow. There are no shorts available. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I thumbnail, if you were in a lot of trades, well, first of all, you can manage all the trades in Brokerage Plus. That's another way you can do it. You can also put stick price alerts. But yeah, I mean, if you're more comfortable seeing a tick by tick by tick, here's Omer. Okay, here's Omer right now. 13, 13. I mean, it depends on the stock. I mean, obviously, if something is moving incredibly quickly, like the HX before, but even then, I'm not really looking at the chart. What I'm looking at, to be honest, is I'm looking at the time and sales. I'm looking at how fast is it trading. This is Interactive Brokers. How fast is it trading? What's the bid ask? How fast is it trading? more than really looking at the chart. You know, one of the things, I mean, obviously the chart is super important for me to know where there might be some resistance. So that, but if I'm in a trade, typically the resistance is far enough away that I'm not having to worry that it's going to, you know, in half a second going to zoom up to it. Mike C. Oops, I haven't seen that. Yeah, let's not get political at all, guys. Yeah, no politics whatsoever, okay? I didn't see that. Multi-strategy window does not have a time frame. Well, let's see. Yes, you're talking about when the alerts happen? So, NN, I'm talking to you in the YouTube feed. You can have a price column. You just have to add it. Properties columns, so you just have to add it if you don't see it. Yeah, so scrub trader. So you want to put an alert window into a multi-strategy window? Is that the actual question? Oh, I see. You mean a history. I've never tried to do a history. Well, yeah, there's a history. Right click history. Time frame. So if you right click on the multi-strategy window, there it says history. I've never done it. Then your time frame and just pick your time frame. I'm surprised it doesn't just have a yesterday as one of the defaults, but it doesn't. But you can just do it using the calendar. Okay. Okay, Scrub Trader. So did you get that NN? Sure you got that before I move on. Okay, actually I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, good. You see it now? Good. All right, so this is what you do to your multi-strategy window. So the first thing you do is pick one of the alert windows that you want to put into your multi-strategy window. Okay, so let's pick this one. So you right click on the alert window, collaborate, copy. It's all starting to make sense. Okay, I'll do it again. Right click, collaborate, copy. So that window is now copied. Now go to the toolbar, new, multi-strategy window. Okay, and it'll pop up. You right click on it. You start hovering over things, over strategies. This box will pop up, new strategy. This box will pop up, and then click on collaborate and paste. Okay, and there it is. Okay, now you just keep doing it. Do the next one. The next one I'll do just to show you how it hovers. Right click, collaborate, copy, right click, hover over strategies, and then you just have to go down to new strategy. And then this box will pop up, collaborate, paste. Okay, so they're in here now, the two strategies. And the only other thing you might want, well, here's the other thing you probably want to know. You want to name it now. Right click, properties, window name. You give it a name. And the other thing you might want to do is color coordinate this so that it's a different color for each strategy. And you right click, hover over the strategies, hover over the strategy, boxes keep popping up, and then pick colors. And then you just, fill in foreground and the background. And then you go on to the next one. Okay? Well, we avoid politics completely, Jason, completely. The only time we talk and it's not really politics, but if there's something coming out that affects the market in terms of like somebody said, the trade impasse or the stimulus is at an impasse or something, because we were wondering, well, what's happening with the market? Well, you can call it politics. Politics to me then would mean, picking a side and dumping on one side or the other. Okay. So we don't do that here. Ever. Well, I agree. Politics might be a healthy subject, but outside of a trading room. Yeah, no, Stephen. So we give you 10 free trials of the backtester and the standard service, but if you want unlimited testing of using the backtester, you have to have our premium service. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Exactly. I mean, that was a valid point. I mean, somebody saying the stimulus is deadlocked. Okay, because it's interesting to know that, because that's why the SPY is obviously moving down. Okay, so screw up traders. So the first thing you do is stick your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you will designate as your main monitor. I have 3 monitors. This is what I've designated as my main monitor, the monitor that I share with everybody. Okay, I arrange all my windows, TraderDia's windows, as I want them. I have 2 other monitors, as I said, so I've got some other Trade Ideas windows and other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them. All right. Then, once I've done that, click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Option, Layouts, and you see where it says Open Loading Layouts, Open relative to main window. Check that and save it. And then, save your layout. I mean, always go through your saving procedure. Save or share to cloud. I'd always do that. Or at the very least, File, Exit, save your layout. Yes. Then when you load Trade Ideas, next time, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? Did you get that? Why? Okay. A multiple strategy window. It's great if you don't have a lot of computer space. If screen space is at a premium, then that's what people will do. They'll take a lot of alert strategies and load them into one window. Sometimes, like I do have, even though I've got plenty of screen space, I might want to put 2 competing strategies in a window. Okay, so I can see them. These are basically competing strategies. Okay, so I'm just going to answer a couple of questions. I'll get first of all, okay, I'll get to your question, UNP. They're supposed to do a split. I probably can't help you. I don't know if it's not, I can't see the news quickly, so I don't know what to say on that one. You've done searching. I really don't know how I can help you. I'm just looking at our news. Wait a minute. Okay, so UNP is not trading right now. I'm just looking at it. I was wondering why I'm not getting any news. Well, first of all, they must have done something already. It's not even loading into my Brokerage Plus platform. So something's already occurred. But this is today. This is a daily candle for today. But I'm just looking. It's not even loading into my. Though it is loading in my single stock window here. But for instance, I also have my headlines for IB, just in case I can't find the news. So I also have this, but it's not loading here, and it's not loading into the platform that I can even trade it. Not in Interactive Brokers, you see it? UNP. Unless my linking has stopped. No, that's why. Okay, that's why. Sorry. My linking has stopped, which is time for me to get out. Okay, I'm sorry about that. My linking was stopped. Yeah, I see the question you had in there about. Listen. I am not a financial analyst. I cannot make any recommendations on that. Okay, you're gonna a lot of people are going to have a lot of different opinions about buying a stock ahead of a split. You know, obviously Apple and Tesla in the news constantly, but I mean, you can ask, but I'm not going to offer any opinion. Okay. No, so there's goods is giving an opinion. I have to be careful in an opinion like that because I can't say, if I say, yeah, I think it's a good idea, and then, you know, you get in and it tanks on you. Well, I'm not an investment advisor. And the company could get into trouble. Okay. I mean, it's really that simple. That's why I think when you enter the room, there's a whole disclosure. But people in the room, I mean, they're under no, they are not under the same obligation that I am under. Now, okay, how to run a good back test. I mean, that I don't use the back tester anymore. And then, I mean, you can take an alert window that you think. I think your question is how to get a good result from the back test. Is that your question really? I mean, back testing, very few of our customers do it. It's tedious. You know, you really have to get into it and like to tinker. Okay. So you start off with an idea that you think might generate some good alerts, and then you run the back tester, and then you see what the equity curve is like, and if it's reasonable but not great, then you can start to play around with okay, is there a better time of day to take these alerts? Is there a better price range to take the alerts? It's all trial and error. Okay, so if you're talking, yeah, so you see what I'm saying? You have to start. I mean, I don't back test. I haven't back tested for years because, quite frankly, I let the AI do the back testing for me. Number one. No. Number two, I don't have the time anymore. It's tedious. Yeah, it's very tedious, because you come up with an alert, or you come up with a strategy that you'd like to back test, and you run it, and it doesn't turn out that well. Then you've got to go go through the optimization procedure, maybe change values here. I mean, it's tedious. All right, so data stop. Let me try to understand your question. Are you talking about brand new rising movement of a stock? Okay, so brand new. Well, I mean, all I can say is that we have running up. I don't use this anymore. I haven't used it for a while. So we have running up now. Okay, and you can put a minimum. So running up now, you could put a minimum dollar amount that it has to run up, as an example. And when you say brand new rising of a stop, so I mean that'll be a running up now. So no matter what the stock could have tanked all day long, and now it's running up, as an example. The stock could have been consolidating, like here, right there. Now it's running up. So at any point, if it's running up and a certain amount, then you're going to get that alert. Okay, yeah, well, we've got a lot of those. We have a lot of those. Let me just show you. Well, not an alert. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing here. It's more of a filter. Actually, I'm wrong. Boy, I haven't used these in a long, long time. I'm completely wrong. Sorry about that. So 15-minute high. There we go. I'm sorry. I haven't used these in a long time. So 15-minute high. But we have many time frames on this. Let me just type in minute high. I think I'll bring them all up. Okay, so we have 5-minute, 10-minute, 15, 30, and 60-minute highs. These are all alerts. Yeah, and Stephen, listen, a lot of people love to do it. The back testing. I mean, I used to. I mean, this is years ago. I used to get right into it because it was kind of fun trying to, it's like trying to figure out the ingredients to make the perfect cake by experimenting with a little of this, a little of that. So when you say, will this show separately from others? I don't understand exactly what you mean. I mean, you're creating an alert strategy, or you're going to create, this will go into an alert window. You might have a price range, a minimum volume, other filters. And then if all the filters are met and the stock hits a 5-minute high, you'll get a real-time alert. Okay. Yeah, it goes into an alert window for sure, because these are alerts. These are real-time alerts. Hello, Mohammed. So you guys got me a little longer. I don't have a red to green scan, but I mean, it's simple. I don't have one, but I mean, all you have to do is right click, configure, and click on cross. Okay. And once you click on cross, here are your alerts. So, cross above the close, cross below the close. So, this is going red to green. Or the open. So here are your alerts now. You have to, create your price range and your volume, and of how you want to see it, but here are the alerts. So very simple to create. I just don't have one. I don't use this. Okay. So just type in, in the search, just type in, so create your alert window with the filters that you want, like a price range probably, and maybe a minimum volume. I can't tell you how the filters you're going to use. Once you've got it, then just right click, configure, search, and type in cross. And then you can add the alert you want. Cross above the open, cross below the open, or the close, cross above the close or cross below the close. Okay? Does that all make sense? Okay, great. I'm going to shut the room down now, guys. And I have to let Michael know. I'm going to shut the room down, and we'll see you, everybody, tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Thanks a lot for all the help. Have a great evening.